Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I know now what you're all about. I've had the time to run out. I pray for the touch of your hand. Your love is so, so grand, oh baby.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Crypto Talk Now Network channel. This is Max doing another live video today on XDC. So with that said, smash that like. It's going to be great with all you guys in this great, great world, right? Anyway, let's start things off with the first comment of the day, and it comes from the one, the only, Yamaha Pacifica. Wow. Well, how about that? Welcome, Yamaha Pacifica. It might have been from Tim Shea. Who knows? Maybe it got chopped off because of the 15-minute delay. But whatever the case be, for now, it's the first comment. Yamaha Pacifica, thank you for being here. Guys, I just want to advise you to smash that like. It's free. Smash the like. All right. Thank you for joining us here again, Yamaha Pacifica. Appreciate you being a regular attendee, member of CTN. Thank you. Cash Cats is in the house. He says Holmes 777. So I guess Crypto Holmes 777 is obviously here. Going further down, GS is in the house. Sobo's in the house. Glad to have you here, Sobo. Here's a dab to you, Sobo. Appreciate you being here. Stardog, the one and only, is here. He did have a post, and let me pull it up real quick. I want to recognize your post real quick. It's a comment, not really. I always say post because I'm old school, like, forum threads and stuff like that. Let me see if I can pull this up. You posted this, I think, earlier today, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Stardog says, based off, because I think you watched the replay yesterday, price times supply dictates market cap. Market cap does not dictate price. It's a theoretical number and dupes retail day in and day out. All right, just thought I'd share that. Going to go further down into the comments. We also got, if I could just close out of this. Ahmed's in the house. Glad to have you here, Mr. Ahmed. Boom. Brian Dowie's here. Glad to have you guys here again. Brian Dowie and Brian Riley. How about that? The two Brians. Glad to have you guys here. Brian Riley, thank you so much. Saw some of your tweets, basically sharing, about our show. Don't think I dismissed that, man. I never do. That was really nice of you. Thank you very, very much, man. I really appreciate that. All right. I really appreciate all you guys. You guys are awesome. Hopefully I didn't skip anyone. Let's also welcome the one and only Brittany is in the house. I don't know if I already welcomed you. I don't think I did. Edward Vincent, a.k.a. Squidward. Some of your notes saved me earlier, my friend. So thank you, Squidward. Your notes were really good. Relax and take notes. I definitely did. I was like, oh, wait, well, according to this. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. All right. Michael Montclair, what up, gang? Heard of the fintech company called Globians? It's super cheap. Yeah, we all heard about it. Yeah, it's probably a good sale right now, huh? Is anything going on with Globians? GBEX. Let's double check what's going on with that real quick. Let me do a search. Just real quick. A 13%. Yeah, that is worth pointing out. 12% on the 7-day chart. If anything, I'll share that with you guys. Let's pull that up. There you go. Nicely done. GBEX on the screen. Okay. And again, welcome to Michael Montclair. Boom. Please smash that like, you guys. We're currently at 23 likes. So not bad. All right, going further down into the comments, we also have, I think we're welcoming River. Glad to have you here, River. GS, if I didn't welcome you guys already. And you know what time it is? It's the time to welcome the one, the only, Mr. Boomer Effort Sooner. Welcome, Mr. Boomer Effort Sooner. That's right. If you just connected, Boomer Effort Sooner. This guy, you know what? If Gary Gensler can have his his song that everybody put out for him and so on, right? You guys know how the song goes. Then we can have a song that's basically about Boomer Effing Sooner. You know what I mean? I'm telling you flat out, we can get some AI made to have the Boomer Effing Sooner song, and it'd be amazing. All right. Also, welcome back, Mike. Hey, y'all. Hey, Mike. Welcome back, man. Hope things are getting better for you. Thoughts and prayers with you, man. And thank you for the nice things you said about asking about my dad and so on. He'll be coming home on the 30th, but, it's one of those things. But glad to have you here, man. Appreciate you. And we're going to go further down and also welcome the one and only Mr. OG Crypto. As you guys know, I'm DPG Maximus, right? Dog Pound Gaming Maximus. So obviously I'm a fan of DPG, the Dog Pound, right? Mr. Daz Dillinger, Mr. Gangster. Why don't you tell OG Crypto about the days of way back? All right, welcome back, OG Crypto. And who else do we have up in this mug? Apparently we have Patrick Collier, but I don't see him right here. But welcome, Patrick Collier, wherever you are. I saw that apparently you added me at some point, or you just recently came to Crypto Twitter. I don't know, but I thought it was pretty cool that you followed me. You followed back, and I saw a picture of Mr. Patrick Collier, and I was like, wow, that's Patrick Collier. Right on, man. Right on. All right. Speaking of Patrick Collier, he says makes his arrival in epic fashion. That is true. Yes, hello to you. We're going to get into our outline here in a bit. We do have an outline. If you're wondering, what is the outline for many different ones tonight? It basically is hinted in the thumbnail, is it not? Come on. If I'm going to say X gonna give it to you, talking about the X cryptocurrencies. Well, duh, Max, I got that. You had an XDC thing on DMX's roller coaster looking futuristic thing. Yeah, that was a pretty cool looking thing on the thumbnail, was it not? Anyway, so yes, XDC, XRP, right? Say it with me, Mike Cornwell, April Cornwell. I know you guys are listening, hopefully at some point. XRP, right? So that's what's going on with that. We're gonna cover the X's. We're also going to cover some Jasmine. And for the most part, that's probably going to be it for tonight because I don't think it's going to be any WrestleMania, okay? I have got to catch up. I got to play some catch up. I got to get some of our recorded content out today. Every day is getting more and more busier for me, and that's okay. Good problems. But I appreciate you guys. That's not me really complaining. Good problems is not really a complaint. You know what I mean? It sounds like an oxymoron, but there is good problems. All right. Let's go further down. You guys got to bring it up. I mean, Rayan's ears are ringing. Mud Butt Friday, boys. Get your fat shoes ready. Oh, my God. That's good stuff, man. You know what? Congratulations, everybody. Hopefully you guys don't work the weekends. Some of us do. Some of us don't. Where the case be, I still say Friday's the best day. Even when I was a kid, Friday was the best day. I always look forward to Fridays. Man, I'll say this. If you had an awesome childhood like myself, then cheers to you, it's good stuff. That fat juice. All right. OG Crypto says, actually, guys, I'm hoping that everything goes down a bit. Again, time for more accumulation. Right. There will eventually come a time that we'll look back and say, there was this, there was that. Hopefully most of us hit our goals. But you know what? At least have something out of your portfolio where you hit your goals. Not just on one, but I would say maybe like 2 or 3. And that way you could feel, I guess you could say like a sense of relief, like, you know what? I'm okay with this. Man? Anyway. Maximus looking like a warrior. Well, thanks. That's from an old thumbnail where I talk about XDC as being, what is it called? Military grade blockchain, because there was a reference to that. They call it blockchain 4.0, military grade. That's the reference. Yeah, got the shades on, got my little quant beret going. And then, we always talk about being part of the XRP army, or shout out to, who is it? Henry Brown. I don't know if he's here. God bless him. Hope he's getting better with his, chest thing he had going with the open heart. He calls, instead of Jasmine Army, he says we're part of the Jasmine Navy. I think Boomer F and Sooner like hearing that, right? Because he served in the Navy. So XRP Army, XLM Army, Jasmine Navy. Let's go. Smash that like. Promise we'll get in the outline. I just love welcoming you guys because it's going to be a great show. Jay Cryptic's in the house. He says, tech them. You know, it's like, I think of like John Madden, you know, like, boom, tough acting, connect them, tech them. I don't know. Anyway, all right, let's welcome a couple more. 777's in the house. Cool. I want to say Cool Cat Crypto, man. It's not the same guy. Crypto Homes 777. All right. Dave D is in the house. Everybody, for the most part, the normal regulars in the house, which is good stuff. Glad to have you guys here. What's this? We got some hip hop going. Edward Vincent, Max, stop, drop, shut them down, open up, shop. Yes, that's right. Got this dip like, whoa, Max is going to do a show, and Aussie Life is like, yo, you know, everything's got to go. All right. Glad to have you here, Aussie Life. Appreciate the support. If I'm not mistaken, did you just get back from like vacation or something like that? So, you know, I forgot to fill up on my fat juice, so I'm out, but glad to have you here. All right, we're about to start here soon. Hey, I'm glad to see that XXI Gaming decided to show up like at the beginning instead of the time that he showed up last night for anyway, not going to mention that again. I don't know, that kind of bothered me to a sense, but yeah, I guess we're all having fun, but that's all I need. You know, it's like my uncle, who is a pastor, he's watched I think the show a couple times, and that's all I need is to tune in and be like, that wasn't very Christian of you, my nephew. And I'd be like, yeah, I agree. So like I said, I'm a sinner, I'm not perfect, but anyway, I'm glad you guys had a good laugh last night. Let's go further down. Feels like it's been, you know, gone forever. What have you missed us? Well, that's good, man. That's very, very good. Thank you. All right. Bone with the green candles rising. That's good stuff. Sobo's welcoming everybody. Sobo, that's awesome. Thank you for welcoming everybody. Right on, Max. I don't know what you're talking about, but right on. Let's do it. All right. Cool Cat Crypto's in the house. Hey, Cool Cat, I want to give you a heads up, right? So I saved that link from last night. Remember? I literally wrote it down. I double checked it. Then when I went to the link, it says that link is no longer available. Maybe that's bullish in itself, but if you have another one, we'll try to pull it up for you. So I just wanted you to know that I didn't forget about it. Okay. Thank you for being here, Mr. Triple C, Cool Cat Crypto. Boom. Top 3 thumbnails, man. Oh, of my thumbnails, you like that, huh? Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I do try all my thumbnails. There's a few of our friends. I'll just state this, all right? You guys know who they are. We miss some of them. I'm not going to mention his name because I don't think this is right. Love the guy. Miss him being on the show. There's one particular guy, I'll just state this, that used to come on here on a weekly basis that I need to help when it comes to his thumbnails. All right. If you know what I'm talking about, then you already know. You already know what I'm talking about, right? That he needs help with his thumbnails, man. I will help him with his thumbnails. Anyway, I do need to make a video just on like how to put how to have a nice thumbnail on a low budget or something like that. You know, I mean, I'm using Adobe Photoshop. That's not exactly like on a low budget, but even if a person like, let's say you're a kid and you're like, you know, I don't have no money or whatever, and I'm too good to mow lawns. I wasn't too good to mow lawns. That's what my parents told me. My dad. You want money? Go down in the freaking basement. Go cash in the cans. All right. And then take your butt across the street. Go see Dean down the street with his giant, humongous backyard. And I'm sure he'll pay you like at least 10 to 20 bucks, maybe, depending on how bad how much work there is. And that's how you got your money. I had to earn my money. You know, some people say, oh, you're only child. Oh, you were so spoiled. No, I was spoiled with love from my parents. I was definitely not a spoiled kid when it came to, hey, you get out, you want some money, go get it. And you know what? It was great because all my other friends, they never had any money, and I was always the guy like, and I wasn't the type of guy like, hey guys, look at all this money. I was more like, hey guys, let's go to the arcade and stuff like that. Oh, I don't have no money. Hey man, I'll hook you up. Let's go. I want my buddies with me, man. We go down to Portland Saturday Market. We go down to the the Rose Festival, all that good stuff. It was good times back then. I wouldn't trade those times for anything, man. Anyway, hopefully you guys had some good broskies back in the day, right? All right. In the Navy and kicked Debo's butt. That's good stuff. All right. Oh God. Yeah. No, some of you guys want to go back to that. I don't know. We're not gonna do it tonight though. I'll save that. Oh jeez, it's coming out. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. I would be saying what the hell too, but yeah. Oh, you're talking about crypto anyway. All right. Let's go further down. Here's a guy I haven't seen in forever. Like literally Squints from whatchamacallit. We'll kick it in the show just here in a minute, guys. I swear. All right, Squints from Sandlot. I haven't seen you in forever. Forever. Big Wash, dude. Yo Max. Yo Max. What's good, bro? You know, I'm glad that you're here, man. Sometimes I worry about people. Like, did I say something to, irritate some of these guys? Or maybe they don't want me talking about certain things, or maybe I talk about certain things too much. Glad to have you back, man. I really mean that. Mr. Big Watch, dude. I don't have a watch on right now. I used to have a watch, but good stuff. I know. I'll get some of it, and then I'll start doing that, man. Yeah, you've been saying that for a while, Max. You've been saying it for a while. You know what? Forget your show. Forget your live. I'll get my live from Crypto John once or twice a week in the morning. Yeah, true. Shout out to Crypto John, man. If you're not following Crypto John, you should be following Crypto John. He's a good guy, and he's full of knowledge. All right. We got to kick it into that one. Otherwise, we'll just be reading endless comments, and maybe that's what you guys want, but this is not that type of show. April Cornwell's in the house. She says, hey, all you beautiful peeps. Glad to have you here, April. All right. Yeah, you guys got the good comments coming out. All right. So let's use that as a bookmark. Let me double check the other screen. I think we're good. Big Watch Dude says, I'm going to hook you up one day, Max. Well, that's cool. Hold on. I've been with you, dude, just listening in the cut. Oh, okay. Well, I always like to hear the stories about people who actually listen. And, there's some guys who, you guys are just chilling. You support the show either way, and that's good. But it's kind of like when I used to do lectures, whether it was for college kids. I shouldn't call them kids, but in reality, I can't believe it, man. Like, I'm 42, and it's just like when I see all these guys, I think, like, you just basically think, like, oh, I'm good. Like, I feel like I'm around the same age. And then you realize, like, nope, you're not. You're old enough to be some of these guys and gals. You're old enough to be their freaking dad. It's just, time goes by. It's just unbelievable. Hold on. I'm going to make sure this is not work-related stuff. Sorry about that. Nope. It's to inform me that even though the sun is it's not really going down, but it's evening, it's only 113 degrees. I mean, no big deal. 113 degrees. I don't need to get notifications on the weather, so I'll have to fix that later. All right, let's kick it into our outline. Please smash that like. You'd be glad that you did so. Let's see if we could tick up into the 40s. That'd be great. We understand there's other shows going on as we speak. All right, let's start things off with some of this content that we have for you guys. And I see some things you guys talking about. It's so bad. All right. Let's jump into this because you know what? It's good. It's Jasmine. We're going to start off with Jasmine, and then we're going to get through the X's, okay? The 3 X's. And if anything, let's start off with Houston. We do share his, some of his research, his content, and so on. I want to state this basically, okay? I have gotten verification from multiple sources. How about this? Brian Riley. Shout out to you, man. You even retweeted some of this stuff, okay? So let's point some of this out, especially if you hold Jasmine. This is good stuff. This is a feel-good moment. So, the original tweet's not there, but that's okay. But Houston says, for instance, certain countries like Google USA, if you try to change the location of some other countries in Europe, you can't see this tag. Basically, this is what it's referring to. I think it was Boomer F and Sooner was talking about this. Was it a few days ago, guys? Was it at the beginning of the week? It was either at the beginning of this week or sometime maybe last week. But we have talked about the whole concept of, let me adjust this mic real quick. Hey, Max. Hey, everybody. Hey, CTN. Go to Google, type in Sony blockchain and so on. And, you see the tags, Jasmine. That's pretty cool stuff, right? So, of course, when I originally tried it, I didn't see it. I did, of course, from desktop PC web browser, right? Google Chrome. I didn't see it, but you guys kept saying it. So, like, am I going to dismiss that after it was more than one guy? No. But here's a little bit more of that reiteration. So, yeah, you type in Sony blockchain, comes up with the tabs, those tabs, and it says Jasmine. That's cool. That's very, very cool. And always gotta love this guy, Joe Dirt, who consistently fuzzed the whole thing. But that's not the point, right? So what I was going to show you guys earlier, I think I also saw Brian Riley and a few other guys sharing this, but we're going to jump more into this for a second because, again, it's good stuff. So we're going to talk, obviously, about a few key things, right? And, we're going to talk about, like, the concept of, I think a good example is not just Sony, and Jasmine, because I think that's already been confirmed. In my opinion, that's confirmed, right, with the deep dives and so on. But I want to draw your attention to this right here, and it's from Dip Metaverse. He covers almost everything we cover for the most part. We don't really talk a lot about, just BTC and ETH all the time, but nonetheless, I mean, he covers QNT, Jasmine, and so on. He's a big proponent of Jasmine. If you want to listen, if you're a Jasmine enthusiast, by all means, go to the Twitter space that they have every Sunday. I think it's at 3:30 Pacific. I don't know. Maybe they changed the time, but you can find out more information about it. A lot of the Jasmine All-Stars, if you will, are going to be there. Shout out to Jesse, Keeping It Real Finance, KIR Finance. He'll be there. Dip Metaverse is there. If you guys know Zippy, he's there. So a lot of these researchers that came long before I did are there. All right. So let's jump into the topic. Pick one. The October 2022 AMA hosted by Tycho Tweets. Of course, IC Amphibians there, another great researcher, asked Hara about the Jasmine smartwatch. Now you may be thinking, like, why talk about this? I mean, that sounds kind of cool, but I haven't seen a lot of info. All right. Or at least you haven't seen a lot of info since then. Hear me out on this. Hars said that devices will be developed with partners. Now, I understand sometimes people don't like the speculative stuff or the clues, you know what I mean? Because they feel as though, like, why don't you just come out and say it? You got to keep in mind, on a lot of things, if they just come out and write and say it, you really think that the price of this would be what it's at? And on top of that, we also got to understand there is contracts, like, and non-disclosure agreements, right? So pick two. Jasmine management partner, who's Borks. I'll pull them up. Technologies recently announced the development of a smartwatch for the elderly in the U.S. market using Edge AI. I don't think my dad would use this because he's just really anti-electronics. I'm just throwing that out there. But for certain people, this is cool, right? So it says Jasmine is focusing on Edge AI. Now, we talked about in other deep dives. I've done one, right? I think maybe some of you guys have seen it and so on. But Edge AI is coming back up into the topic, right? So what is this? This is a nothing burger? I don't think so. I'm gonna show you things that are referenced here, and I do appreciate what we see. Tycho. This question is from IC Amphibian. Again, this AMA from October 2022. Does Jasmine Co. have IoT hardware? Well, of course, we know some of the answers to that now. Like Jasmine smartwatch, and which is in production. If so, when can we expect sales to start? So, while there was a lot of focus on like Avita blockchain PCs and so on, yes, that's all these great things, part of the Internet of Things. What about some of these other Internet of Things, IoT devices and so on, right? The hardware devices. So, back last October, Hara, plain as day, mentions right here, he states, laptop with Jasmine blockchain is now available in Japan. We know that. We understand they're going to, the United States. But the bottom part, we are also looking into the development of other devices such as a watch, both of which will be done in partnership with the manufacturers. That's pretty big. And we also understand that, they sold 20,000, or I should say, have that order of 20,000. Again, even if we get a bunch of these watches sold, It can't be a situation where they just, sit in somebody's inventory. We need it used. That's the utility basically being used. As we go further into this, here's what's cited from Bork's, right? What a name, right? Bork's technologies to develop edge AI enables smartwatch for the US market. And if anything, I'll try to blow this up just a tad bit more for you guys to see it a little bit better. There we go. And excuse me. Let me just see if it's okay on the thing. It is. So look what's referenced here. And please smash that like. Let's see if we get up to the 50s. If you just connected, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you will smash the like. It's free. We're not a sponsored channel. And we do appreciate you, taking the time to be with us on this Friday night. All right. So it says the state-of-the-art smartwatch, which chipset has sufficient computational power to enable machine learning and AI on the edge. The smartwatch can facilitate everyday life for seniors with special demands for assisted living. It says the North America, and this is some of the juicy stuff, let's face it, because, a lot of us live in North America. Smartwatch market size is expected to grow from, and some of you guys love the figures, right? You always want me to show you figures. Well, here's the figures. To grow from 39.75 billion in 2023 to 85.71 billion by 2028 at a CAGR of 16.61% during the forecast period between 2023 to 2028. Don't you think that sounds bullshit in itself? All they have to do is capture a percentage of that market, and that's big in itself. And again, we're talking about, for instance, one utility layer, right? We understand that when it comes to all this, there's multiple utility layers, especially when it comes to Jasmine and the Internet of Things. Look what's also mentioned here. Santa Clara, California. I've been there. I don't know if you guys have ever been there. I've been there. July 17th, 2023. Bork's Technologies, Inc., a global provider of 5G wireless and Internet of Things IoT solutions, today announced its plans to develop an AI-enabled smartwatch as part of its expansion strategy into artificial intelligence for the U.S. market. What did we also see happen not too long ago, right? So a few key researchers, and I even referenced some of these guys, have pointed out that Kazumasa Sato, or it was either Kazumasa Sato or Kunitake Ando, one or the other, can't remember. Doesn't really matter, right? One of the two big wigs from former executives from Sony that were with Jasmine went ahead years ago and set up that office in Silicon Valley. We also saw in a recent AMA what was reported from Hara when it came to, hey, this office is actually going to be now utilized. And oh, by the way, our secure blockchain PCs, we're trying to expand into the US market. That's pretty big. If we're connecting the dots and you see things like this about expansion, right, in regards to this Internet of Things devices into the US market, well, draw your own conclusion, right? That's my thing. And I'm with you guys for the most part. Okay, great. But we need to get a lot of those sold. I think we will. And then you try to tell me all that is going just to sit on a shelf? I don't think so. I think we will also get to the point where, we do reach hundreds of thousands of sales. Would it be great to sell 1 million of these things? Of course, right? With more adoption, I think some of these things happen. But it's just kind of like the tweet I put out earlier. It's like there's some big milestones to reach. And basically speaking, it's like, we will get this mass adoption. We do need to, of course, see the utility of the personal data lockers being used, whether it's, from the Avita blockchain PCs with Sony technology, right? Those PDLs actually being used. But just like I posted earlier today, these Avita blockchain PCs are plug and play. I retweeted it, I think, earlier, giving you guys a brief example. It is plug and play. There's nothing high tech. So like the same guy, the great grandpa or whoever who's put on one of these smartwatches, if he happens to use one of those Avita blockchain PCs, there's nothing like super technical. It's all plug and play. Put on a watch should be plug and play. I don't think it's going to be as easy, let's face it, as just put on a traditional analog watch with the, the traditional long hand and short hand. But you know what? People are going to take advantage of this. And if anything, some of these elderly people will have maybe a nice granddaughter or son or whoever to help them out with some of these things. But the key thing is, imagine on your watch having what? An actual personal data locker that's inside the watch, because we know darn well if that was connected to, like, for instance, Google, like remember the Google Watch? I'm sure some of you guys remember that. I think it's still around, or how about, hey Siri, or hey Alexa, right? Tell me, what time is it in Tokyo? All right, they tell you the time. Now they know that your interests are in Tokyo. All right. Hello, Brian Dowie-san. I think you and I should go to we should cook some teriyaki beef tonight or something like that. And then all of a sudden we get a bunch of ads about, a teriyaki beef barbecue, I don't know, sauce and, a hibachi grill type thing and all the brand. Like, we didn't ask for this, right? No, we didn't ask for this. But the point is, that's an IoT device through a smartwatch, right? Your personal data locker is on your grandfather's, new smartwatch. You don't think that's big? Think these devices could be another great thing towards mass adoption, right? It's not rocket science. Just because we don't see all this stuff taken off immediately and the price of Jasmine just going to the moon overnight doesn't mean that there is still not a thing called the accumulation phase that I believe that we're still in. But that run-up period after that, accumulation phase to the markup phase. Do you want to be buying these assets at the markup phase? No, you don't. So, pay attention to what's on sale, and I think you guys are doing that. All right, a little bit more before we kick it back into the comments, and I want to show you guys some key things here. Please smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's see how we're doing on the likes. We're currently at 40 likes. That's not too shabby. I'm glad to see that. So let's get into a little bit more about this, because, it's good stuff. And let's see where we're at. So share some of this stuff with you guys in regards to some of those recent tweets. There's another good one. I'm going to share from this guy. Okay. And basically it's this right here, because some of you guys maybe don't even know about Edge AI, like the hardware, some of the definitions. So here's the educational side of CTN that we normally do. Okay. And sometimes maybe some people just like the news, but they don't like the educational side. I don't know why you wouldn't like the educational side personally. We could all learn something, right? One thing that stands out of our channel is, news updates, and we also help educate people on some of these things. So Edge AI hardware, right? Like it says, meet end users across banking, pharmaceutical, healthcare, automotive, and many other industries. What do we know what this contributes to, especially when it comes to Japan? Towards that goal of Society 5.0, smart cities, stuff like that, right? So uniting customers and systems companies under one roof. How so? Well, here's some diagrams. It's a little blurry. I do apologize for that. I mean, I'm not the guy who took the screenshot. But you see how some of this is broken down. Like, people refer to, well, what's on the cloud? In reality, nothing is, some people don't, some of my friends in IT, right? When I do work part-time at a data center, it's like, I still don't like it being called a cloud. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm with you. You know what I mean? Nothing, there's no satellite server. Maybe someday there is, but you go and say, anyway, let's not get into that, go down that rabbit hole. All right. So for instance, edge devices, right? So literally on the bottom left, you can literally picture that as that's, the Avita blockchain PC. Okay. And you have these end devices and you have the sensors and so on, right? Same could be said about some of these other devices. It shows a camera, it shows a printer. Some of these things obviously talk to the right things. And unless you got an unsecure network, you're that guy who you don't want your, I'm looking down the hallway and it's like way down there is, the laundry room, right? I don't want my washing machine to talk to my most secured, things that doesn't need to be talking to, right? But if you understand, for instance, the concept of edge AI, look what's mentioned. Edge AI is the implementation of artificial intelligence in an edge computing environment. That means AI computations are done at the edge of a given network, usually on, for instance, like the device, multiple devices. It's good stuff. And if anything, let's jump back to what we have about this real quick. I don't want to lose you guys because you know what? This is going to make sense here in a bit. So I want to show you guys something, and it's this next part, because we were on the topic about sharing some of the data from these devices. Like, that grandpa is literally wearing this new Edge AI 5G smartwatch. All right. So let's say he is in Japan. All right. Here's a great example. And I think some of you guys have seen this. So this guy, who's not Jerome Powell, states BlackRock has all the real estate. Bill Gates has all the farmland. Mark Zuckerberg has all the data. The Fed has all the money. Right? We're always talking about Fed now, especially yesterday. Some people feel as though yesterday was a nothing burger, or buy the rumor, sell them news, right? But we covered some of those things on the outline yesterday. Fast forward to today. It says it's a big club and you ain't in it. So there's one thing about, if you can't beat them, join them. But what about fighting back and literally saying, you know what, we're not putting up with this crap anymore about you guys just, just freely taking our data. We just blindlessly give it to you because, nobody reads anything. Let's be honest, right? Especially when it comes to fine print. Nobody does that. Maybe a few of us do that, but the masses don't really do it, right? All I want to buy a brand new cell phone. All right. Google is asking me my permission to, access my microphone. So for the most part, the masses are tricked. Oh, it's just, they need to be able to have permission. Why would they have to have permission? Wouldn't it just be automatic? Right. Because technically speaking, according to that little disclaimer that nobody read, that gives them access to everything you say, everything you ask. And it basically gives you targeted marketing, right? We know about this stuff. So what is the way we fight back in regards to this? And what kind of value is there when it comes to this? That's the bottom line. So it says Japan has implemented measures aimed at preventing Mark Zuckerberg from obtaining personal data, requiring companies to abstain from selling customer information. This ongoing initiative has been set in motion in Japan. Additionally, Jasmine emerges as a successful contender in fulfilling this objective, and it's only a matter of time before Jasmine expands its reach to Western regions. Shout out to 279, who apparently is also like a Valley of the Sun person. He's a little bit more west, out in the West Valley. Anyway, cool stuff. I have cited this site, the dataguidance.com site. We did that a few days ago, so I'm not going to get into all of it again, but we will show you some key things here just in case you didn't miss this part. We're not going to get to the whole thing because it's a really long thing, but were you aware about this? Japan's data protection laws, like it says, they were substantially revised back in 2015. They're consistently being revised. And we also understand the concept of data free flow with trust. Tara Kono, right? The digital finance minister of Japan, formerly a defense minister of Japan. Kind of like that, how that rings, right? I give you guys little subliminal messages when I do thumbnails. I don't know if you guys ever noticed that, especially if it's on a Friday, hence why I call it Friday Surprise. So why am I dressed in military fatigues, right? A little bit of a reference to some of this stuff. Well, he's pointing towards XDC, military grade blockchain 4.0. I do all these things for a reason. If you see me a few days ago with an XRP hat and it says, for Fed now, you think I'm going to come on here and not talk about that? I'm going to talk about it, right? So getting back into this, it goes on to mention that some of those revisions came into effect in 2022. But on top of that, going to like where we're at right now with that regulatory framework as far as, data and so on, and bringing that to not just Japan, but other countries, especially the ones that are part of the European Union. And again, if you guys have been following our channel, you understand how big that is. Terra Luna meeting out in Finland, was it Estonia, Latvia, some of those other, countries, other European Union states, if you will, countries. It's a big deal. How about this part? It says, this constantly evolving scope of personal information disclosed by individuals in day-to-day transactions, expands and used by businesses, becomes more widespread. I want you guys to think about this for a moment. All right. So if I'm going to talk to you guys about, for instance, Ripple's XRP or Stellar Lumen's XLM or even XDC, for instance, right, with the trade sectors of the world, the key factor to all of these utility-driven cryptocurrencies is that utility, right? Is it being used? It hasn't been fully used on any of it yet. But understand that there is that point of where we will reach that time of yet. That's what is so amazing about the concept of a utility run. It's that utility being used over and over and over. Now, we're not talking obviously about XRP and XLM yet. We'll get to that segment in a bit. But we are talking about Jasmy. And what I want you to understand, especially if you're a newcomer to all of this, is it's very important to understand the concept of their utility basically being used. When you see things about, some of these data protection laws and so on, don't you think that if you have a country that has embraced cryptocurrency, or the concept of crypto, especially with blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and so on, and literally has a digital finance minister, for crying out loud, advocating for the concept of the regulatory framework of DFFT to many different countries, literally part of the European Union, that's massive in itself. But on top of that, the key thing is when we talk about supply and demand, and you have a case of like this tweet up above, and we'll show it again, where, Japan implemented measures aimed at preventing the likes of Mark Zuckerberg or preventing the likes of, Jeff Bezos of Amazon or some of these other guys that just want to simply get your data. That creates that supply, that demand for a particular project, if you will, or product that's going to get the job done to protect the data. So here in the United States, like some people I talk about, this too, to Jasmy, it flies over the head. They don't grasp that concept. To them, it is not a big deal. Again, different narrative, different culture. I don't think we ever will see the concept of Society 5.0 in the United States. I'm just being honest. I think it would be so divisive here. All right. I'm not trying to be, political or anything, but let's face it. I think for the most part, a lot of conservatives and, right-wing conservatives and something, that's like, they consider that like an infringement on the rights and so on. And I'm not trying to go down the political path or pick sides or anything. It's not about that. I just being real about it. I don't think that's ever really going to be a thing here. However, possibly way, way, way down the road, long after the rest of the world adopts it. You know what I mean? So as far as being first, I should reiterate that. I don't think we will ever be first on that. There's just no way. But in the Far East, you better believe that, those guys are more than accepting this. So anyway, yes, I wanted to show you guys that because this is, in my opinion, a perfect example of that supply and demand. And, Jasmy has something unique. Like Avita posted, and I shared this with you guys, I believe, 2 days ago, the interpretation from that Avita article, right, from the Avita bigwig, and it was all in, what was it? All in, excuse me, if you're in Hong Kong, you speak not Mandarin, you speak Cantonese. So I imagine all of it's in Cantonese and it was interpreted, okay? And then, of course, I don't know if it was 279 or somebody else got the interpretation. So we thank you for that, right? And we got into English. They consistently mentioned Jasmine maybe 13 to 16 times in the article. That was big. And another key thing that was really, really cool was how it mentions that there is no other type of blockchain PCs out there, right? Yes, there's personal data lockers, and we've done that side-by-side comparison, like, Pillar, which came out in 2017, is technically, I guess you could say, the first personal data locker. But, they rank in the thousands. Jasmine ranks 100 and something. Ocean Protocol, which is not a personal data locker, but it's a personal data management service, if you will. Very similar to Jasmine, but not exactly the same, right? A different use case, but again, sounds very similar. We did those comparisons. But the key thing is Jasmine has something that's unique. And last I checked, if you have something that has real world use case and is unique, that's big, no matter what the chart says. Okay. Yes, it's down 99% from the all-time high. Some people say, why would you invest in that? Guess what? A lot of those same people said the same thing about XRP. XRP is way, way down to, what was it? What did we see, guys, briefly? Maybe 29, 30 cents at some point. I can't remember how that was. 29 to 32 cents. I bought it 32 cents on one of my bags, not all my bags. But the point is, if a person just looked at that chart, they're like, why would you invest in XRP? You're going to get wrecked. Yeah, look how that turned out. Are we wrecked right now? A lot of us are in thousands of dollars of profit in regards to that. So it's a great thing. A little bit more in regards to this. And I know I really got into this. I just want to show you guys a tad bit more before you kick it back in the comments. And please smash that like. I do appreciate you guys being here. So I want to show you guys this. And it's, a really cool article. Shout out to Jasmine AI who follows me, and he also shared this, right? I love the Jasmine Navy that we have, right? We're not going to call it the Jasmine Army. Jasmine Navy, right? IoT in Japan fueling the digital transformation and growth in 2023. So yes, we are going to pull this up. And if anything, check out what it shows here. And I'm not going to bore you guys with the whole entire article word for word. You're excuse me, I'm ahead of myself. You can more than look into it, all right? If you want, go to techbullion.com, simply type in IoT in Japan, and it'll come right up for you. So techbullion.com is the reference. Let's jump into this. Here's the key area. Again, this is a really, really long thread, so I'm not going to keep you guys 2 hours. Here's the two key areas that I want to highlight for you guys tonight, especially if you're Jasmine holders. And don't worry, we're going to get some of the XRP, XLM, and XDC content. Smash the like for all 4 of these tonight. Statistical analysis of IoT, Internet of Things in Japan in the wake of digital transformation. Listen to this. If you haven't listened to anything else I said tonight, listen to this part. Okay? The Japan IoT companies are contributing to the country's massive IoT growth. The IoT market will increase by 18% up to 13.7 billion by 2023. Keep in mind that the Internet of Things doesn't represent all of Jasmine's utility. The largest industry that will grow by value is in 2023 will be discrete manufacturing. But here's the kicker. I think what is mentioned there, discrete manufacturing. Do we not understand the concept of NDAs? I'm just trying to get you guys to think back to what I was saying earlier. Okay, for the naysayers that are saying that this is garbage and I don't understand why it pumps. Do you know of a single company, even in stocks, where they just come out and announce every major partnership immediately, right? No, there's still NDAs even with that stuff. It says with a valuation of 3.2 billion, hybrid manufacturing with a value of 2.3 billion, and automotive by 1.8 billion. What do we know when it comes to Jasmine, when it comes to their ties to the automotive industry? Toyota. Oh, you're full of it, Max. You're full of crap. I looked into that and nowhere does it say Toyota. Right. But what have I confirmed in at least more than one deep dive? It's not Toyota. It's a subsidiary of Toyota. I don't understand subsidiaries. Okay. Understand this concept. Here in the United States, we have Mopar. Who is Mopar partnered with? Yes, Chrysler, Daimler, Benz, and so on, right? Understand that Mopar parts go into like your Dodge Charger, your Dodge Challenger. Me and my stolen Dodge Intrepid, I'm still very bitter about that, all right? 50,000 original miles, got it back in, it was a 2002, got it in 2003, right? And then a few years later in 2009, finally got my car paid off. and had it paid off for 2 months just to have some jerk steal it. Yes, I have full coverage, but the point is, the blue book. Am I going to be able to replace that car with only 50,000 miles with another one at $5,000? No, I'm not going to be able to do that. All right, back to the topic. Kind of got off topic there. Sorry about that. Hybrid manufacturing with a value of 2.3 billion and automotive with 1.8 billion. Sorry, I already read that. The digital transformation company in Japan, KDDI, and this is something you can look for yourself if you choose to do so, show the biggest IoT revenue in 2022. That's worth pointing out, is it not? And basically it was 231 million with a growth of 31.5%. So even if you're a person who is not for Jasmy, you do understand that IoT as an Internet of Things, especially in Japan, is a big, big deal. And what have we also referenced in the past when it comes to the naysayers who don't like the idea that, a lot of Japanese companies just like don't have, they don't kill on their marketing, right? Steve Jobs pointed that out. They specialize in creating great products, right? Their statistical growth with the analytics that you see prove that point based off of use case, based off of, testimony of, of various people around the world that say, yeah, I tried these products and they're amazing. Think about like, especially if you're very, very old school, the Sony Walkman. Who didn't have a Sony Walkman back in the 1980s? Even into the 90s, I think I still had one. I actually preferred my Sony Walkman over the Discman, okay? Because as we know, the disc was skip. But that darn tape, man, it was pretty reliable. And if we had problems, what would we do? Stick a pencil in it, right? With the eraser part and rewind it. It was no big deal. I miss those days. I don't know if you guys do too. I still have a bunch of, mixtapes, believe it or not. And I still pop them in once in a while. And yeah, they sound a little grainy, but you know what? That's okay. Just like you guys are super old school who have your vinyls, right? You still kind of like that old grainy, old school vibe. Hey, I get it. So the Internet of Things, IoT applied device market in Japan has shown tremendous growth as social distancing and remote work have increased during the pandemic. The use of IoT and digital transformation in healthcare sector may not be massive, but I wouldn't agree with that. But it says the maintenance of electronic medical records has increased to almost 80%. That's a big, big jump. And as we know, both Ripple and Jasmy are partnered up with who? The CARE Project, right? That's a big deal because CARE Project is a key player when it comes to the medical industry. It says, however, they have to work in the area of the installation of the cloud-based and online patient care system as it was just 10%. But these are still big gains. All right, this last part. A survey states the demand for digital transformation services will increase to, and listen to this, because we were always talking about the whole thing of, the BlackRocks and the Vanguards and the Fidelities and the big institutions, right? And what they bring with their assets they own, 10 trillion plus in assets. If we only reach 10% of that, that would almost double what our current market cap is of the overall crypto market cap of all the crypto. But yes, look what it says. Digital transformation services will increase to 2.3 trillion by the year 2032. Again, do the math if you're a math nerd. Jasmy, all they have to do is just tap into a little bit of a percentage of that. And again, understand that will be big. It says it will exhibit a growth rate of 14.2%. The IoT market will witness a growth of a CAGR of 13.8% during the forecast period of 2022 to 2032. And if you're wondering what CAGR is, because that's a great question, I think I have it on the other screen. Just pull that up real quick. It means compound annual growth rate. Yes, I study business and so on, but there's some things that, there's so many darn abbreviations, especially in texting nowadays. Let's face it, guys. There's some new ones I learned, and it's just like, I didn't know that meant that in texting, like just regular fun texting. But yeah, compound annual growth rate is the annualized average rate of revenue growth between two given years, assuming growth takes place at an exponentially compounded rate. So the annualized average rate of revenue growth between 2 years. Now let's jump back to what we have here. If this is the case where that annual growth between 2 years has a forecast of 2022 to 2032 at 13.8%, revenue basically means, it's like you're bringing in some good money, right? You're making some good money for your company. Whether it is, Jasmine with the Internet of Things, or whatever it is, Wits partnered with Jasmine. The point is, all these key partnerships do make sense. They contribute to the overall bigger picture of things. And last but not least, like it says, the market size of Japan will be 118 billion, which means projected growth rate of 13.9%. There's, of course, this thing about how IoT impacts the digital information of Japan. I'm not going to get into this because we know about this. Talks about the gadgets, talks about 5G. All this stuff that's referenced here has been covered in our deep dives and also on our live show. So I'm glad to bring that to you guys. That concludes our Jasmine coverage. Stay tuned. We're going to get into some official Ripple announcements and a really, really cool video that they put out. If you were impressed with like Quant's Overledger trailer, this one's pretty darn cool. It was, I think, released today. Smash that like, drop some questions, comments, and if anything, I really do appreciate you guys being here on this Friday surprise with Max and the rest of the CTN network community. All right, let's kick it into the comments. Let's see if I missed anything. Again, please smash that like. Maybe we could tick up into the 50s. That'd be cool. We're at 50 likes. Thank you very much. Let's see the other screen. And I do see, let's see what we got here. I don't think I'm missing anything. Oh, I'm missing one. A super chat. Smoked sausage talk now. That was yesterday. That is not today. Jeez. I want to welcome Corey Bibe. If I didn't welcome you earlier, welcome back. Wayne Side is in the house. I'm on the other screen. That's why I'm not highlighting it. Edward Vincent said, God works in mysterious ways, Sir Max. Cars is replaceable, and it's possible that the car getting yeeted kept your character reinforced and ultimately formed the person you were meant to be. Oh, well, God bless you, Edward. Thank you, man. Same goes to you, man. We're all going to make it. I truly believe that. You guys consistently, you're trying to, we all have the same thing in common. Even if we have different interests, like behind the scenes, we do have this common interest. We want to learn about how to make generational wealth. And, some of us done well in meme coins and meme tokens, but we're also trying to consistently find other things that we can get into to make that wealth. Aussie Life says, I'm that old. I feel like I need a Sony walking stick. That's funny. All right. So if I didn't welcome you guys, Wayne Side, welcome. Glad to have you. Blackwood's in the house. Glad to have you here, Blackwood. I'm just kind of going on the other screen, going further up. Salamander's in the house. Thank you so much, Salamander. Appreciate you, man. Boom. Glad to have you here. The Ghost, a.k.a. John Francis, welcome back. Glad to have you here as well. OG Crypto says, if XRP is going to Mars, then Jasmine is going to Jupiter. I hear where you're coming from, my friend. That's anyway. It's all right. That's a good, go with the flow, right? All right. Another dimension you guys are talking about. You guys talking about crap about Gensler. There's nothing wrong with that. All right. Edward Vincent, bro, watch it. People's stuff are going off. Hey, Google, play DMX. X gonna give it to you. I would love to play that on the show. I really would, but we get a copyright strike, which is so stupid. I see CTN After Dark is starting early this eve. Oh, I don't know about that, but all right. Let me see if I missed anything else other than what's his name? Smoked Sausage, which sounds so bad in itself. My God. All right, so let's see where I was at originally, and I'm gonna go further down. See if there's any good specific comments. Not to say you guys don't have good comments, but so give me just a moment. Please smash that like. Hopefully we can get in the 50s. That'd be cool. Maybe we did earlier when I was doing my whole spiel, and I just didn't see it. But that's okay. All right, so there was Big Watch Dude. I already highlighted that one from earlier. Yo, Max, Big Watch missed the hot dog last night. Can you pull? Nah, that was a one-time thing. I basically got tricked originally, and then Black Root almost clicked on it. And then obviously you guys were like, no, throwing tomatoes at me if I didn't show it, basically. And they gave in to peer pressure. And I never, in real life, I really never have given in to peer pressure. I've always been the guy that didn't, but I did this time online. Gosh, unbelievable. Oh, well, thanks, Big Watch. I appreciate that, man. All right. Let's see who else we got up in this mug. Big Watch says, no, I saw it. I was wondering what Max was doing when he took down all the CTN imagery. Then, bam, I get hit. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's horrible. All right. Cool Cat says, the crazy thing, I'm actually having hot dogs for dinner. Oh, jeez. Well, it's okay. I mean, we're not trying to be gross about that. How about this in the comments? Let me know. You guys like a traditional... We're talking about food, all right? Let's get our mind out of the gutter, right? So, do you guys like, for instance, like I don't live too far. I can't walk there, but like it's only like maybe a 10-minute drive to my local Wiener Schnitzel. So at the Wiener Schnitzel, they basically have like the chili dogs and so on, right? It's got the pork, chicken, and the beef. So with that said, I just get it that way, but I could pay extra to make it all beef. At that place, I don't mind it, right? But if I buy hot dogs from my local grocery store, I will buy all beef because I don't like how, I don't know. Like, I think a Ballpark Frank, that brand, tastes better if it's all beef. It just depends on the brand. Anyway. Brian Riley, need another AMs with Hara again. Zippy has been MIA for weeks. Oh, so you're really active with this. That's good. All right. Here it is, the super chat from the one, the only, Mr. Elon Muff, Mike Cornwell. Thank you so much. Smoke sausage talk now. Nope, not gonna go there tonight. Vienna, yeah, those are, I don't know. Anyway, Boomer F and Sooner says we had Chinese. Let me see how I'm doing on time. I might get some Chinese tonight, to be honest. Let's see. Actually, let me just double check. I didn't get a message on this Meta, whatever it's called, Business Suite. All right. Nope, I didn't. All right. Okay, so that's good. So you got Chinese from that joint in McLeod. Oh, you're talking to, what's her name? April Cornwell. Okay. Give me your tots. Dude, Napoleon, just give me your freaking tots. I don't want to give you any tots. They're mine. No. I love that movie. Lucky. One of these days, people are going to say that about XRP or XLM or Jasmine. I wish I could have been a millionaire. Well, you should have bought all this stuff when it was super cheap. Lucky. Anyway. All right, Salamander, glad to have you here as well. I'm just trying to see if you guys got any specific comment. This is a good one. I love this one because this guy was in the freaking Navy, right? Boomer F and Sooner, thank you so much for your service and so on. That was the branch that I originally enlisted in. I have regrets changing my mind last minute and so on. It's one of my lifelong regrets. But I have nothing but respect to you, sir. Thank you so much. And yeah, Jasmine Navy. Shout out to Henry Brown, man. He's not here tonight. I mean, it's a Friday night. He might be doing other things, but I really hope he heals up fine. If you're a guy of faith, right? Let's keep our thoughts and prayers with Henry Brown. I don't ever want to see anybody going through, like, I don't want to see people end up missing later on, right? It's like we invested all this and then don't get to enjoy it. That's just the way I look at it. By all means, guys, I mean, if you haven't done this already, we're always talking about, like, not your keys, not your crypto, having a ledger and stuff like that. How about this, right? Can we talk about, and we talked about, I think before, have things in place just in case something should happen. You did kick the bucket, right? We never know what's going to happen. Even myself, God, I prayed to God that my time is not up tonight or tomorrow. Pray that everybody, like, God, send your wonderful Jesus, send your angels down and, like, absolutely guard everybody to and from wherever you're at, whether you're going from a restaurant or driving down the road. Shout out to the truckers that watch your show. You know, Linois and Iron Mart Online. And I think there's a couple more I may be missing. Sorry about that. But some of you guys, you know, for instance, you're traveling tonight, you're traveling on the weekend. Like, we want to be able to enjoy this utility run at some point. We don't want to be missing. But my point is, whether it's you or a family member, so on, I hope everybody, you know, has some instructions for your closest loved one, right? Whether it's your wife, your partner, whoever, right? Your loved ones, your trusted loved ones, which you have specific instructions only to those people, okay, not just to everybody, about like you know, hey, this is where my C phrase is, for instance, God forbid if something happens to me and so on. Because you want to know something? If you never did that, you went through the trouble of getting a ledger, but you didn't go through the trouble of actually writing some stuff down. So if something happened to you that your loved one would be screwed out of that generational wealth, then what the heck are you doing anyway? Why go through all the trouble of getting a ledger, right? And then you didn't go through the trouble of the other basics things. Like, to me, that doesn't make sense. I don't know if people just never thought about that, or you know, you're procrastinating. Do not procrastinate that. I already went ahead and did that a while back. You know, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, if you guys haven't done that even today, I mean, just don't put it off, because it's just, you know, you may think nothing's going to happen to me. I hope for the most part nothing does happen anyway. But if we believe in the concept of like having life insurance for our loved ones, why don't we believe in the concept of having something set up so our loved ones have access to, you know, these things one day, right? For they can take the profits, or some of the things you're gonna cash out, some of the things you're not. You know, maybe have a note like, hey, wifey, or hey, hubby, here's the ones you marry when I kick the bucket, right? But these other ones, you more than should take profit, right? I'm just saying, we all have, obviously don't take that to heart, right? You know what I mean? It's just an example. You got to do what you got to do. But hopefully some of you guys already have these conversations with your significant other. Or if you don't have a significant other, like maybe even like your bestest of best friends, or a brother or sister or something. Or if you're like me, you don't have a brother, you don't have a sister. So you already had that conversation with your best friend. Yeah, I know. I already had this conversation with my best friend. So, you know, but he was like, hey, bro, man, don't be like that. You know, things will get better for you and so on. You'll meet the right one. Well, until I do, that's what it says right now, just in case. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyway, all right, let's go further down. You guys got some great comments for the most part. The Ghost talking to Tim. I'm gonna read one more. Aussie Alive, Casper's down 96% from its all-time high, and that has just as much potential. And that's another great point. I'm glad that you guys know some of these things. All right. JB says, hey, great streams, very informative without biases. Thanks, JB. Welcome back, JB. I want to state this. Here in the Phoenix area, they had a couple JB's restaurants. I don't know if you guys have JB's restaurants where you're at. I miss JB's restaurant. You know, there was, for instance, there was Denny's. There's JB's. I don't see many JB's. My dad, and maybe you guys are old school. I don't know, Boomer F is sooner if you're old enough to remember this. So shout out to anybody that's maybe like in their 60s or 50s. So my dad swears up and down that the best diner franchise ever was a place called Sambo's. I don't know if you're that old to remember that. And he was so disappointed when they eventually like went out of business. There's only one Sambo's left, and I do want to go there at some point. It's in Santa Barbara, California. It's the original Sambo's. And I go out to LA area every now and then. I'm going to check it out just for the heck of it. I wish I could have checked it out with my dad, but he's got a lot of problems with his mobility now and so on. All right. Going to kick it back to the outline here in a bit. I do appreciate you guys. Aussie Life says, I'm that old. I feel like I need a walking stick, Max. Oh, boy. Yeah. 707. 724. So, you know, obviously I'm really behind the comments, but that's okay. I'll read one more. Ghost says, Max, you need a nice hot banker, babe. I'll tell you one thing. Before they closed Wells Fargo at my local grocery store, they closed it, you know, because of COVID. Let's not get into a crazy debate about this anyway. I kid you not. Like, you ever seen Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger? I love that movie, by the way. I know some people don't like that movie, but I love that movie. So remember, like, the kid that he's with would always point out, like, he's like, you ever notice that, like, everybody here is hot? There's no average looking person, right? Not word for word, right? But like, Schwarzenegger's not really, or Jack Slater's not really thinking much about it. I'm telling you flat out, that Wells Fargo down on 43rd Avenue and Cactus Road at the Fry's grocery store is you know, young people would say, was lit, if you will. Oh my gosh, it was like supermodel looking ladies literally worked there. Like, that was a requirement, even just to be a teller. You were a supermodel. It reminded me of like Last Action Hero, literally. Like, bank managers, just like Victoria's Secret looking type model. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. I'm not complaining. All right. So anyway, nothing against, of course, average looking people, right? You know, I'm kind of an average looking dude too. Anyway. All right. We're going to get back into the outline, and I'm going to show you some other things that I think is worthy of a mention. All right, it's officially from Ripple XRP. Smash that like for some Ripple XRP, as some old folk would say. Yeah, you know me. Absolutely, right? 55 likes. Please smash the like once again. Let's jump into it. All right, so here it is. This is straight from crypto Twitter, from the official Ripple page, right? Not just me tweeting something from, you know, Ripple Buttercup, you know, 99.42 because the first 99.41 were taken. No, nothing like that this time. The future of money is digital. Well, no kidding, right? Learn why customers trust our groundbreaking technology for minting, managing, and transacting CBDCs and stablecoins. Oh, you were telling me to smash that like for CBDCs, Max? I'm out of here. No, I'm not saying that. But if anything, it's bullish news, right? It's very, very bullish news, because we know that CBDCs could use for instance, either good or bad. But in this case, I want you to watch this video. It's under 5 minutes. Very impressive new video from Ripple, posted yesterday evening. Right? I said today, but I meant yesterday evening. Let's go ahead and play this. Thanks for being here. Smash that like. Here we go.
Today's global financial system is more complex than ever before. Yet as the world's economies grow...
Holy crap, that's loud. All right, hold on a second. I apologize. Maybe I turned it down just a tad. It wasn't so loud earlier. All right, let me see real quick. Testing.
Infrastructure...
Oh my God, that's still pretty loud. Hold on.
...they rely on needs to evolve.
All right, that's better. Sorry about that, guys. All right, yeah, some of you guys watching your TV, you're like, holy cow, Patty's Batman. Yeah, I agree. All right. Smash the like once again. Oh, I just unliked it after hearing that, after you pierced my ears with, you know, with that loud sound. I get it. Maybe it wasn't so loud for some people on their phones. I don't know. Anyway, here we go.
Today's global financial system is more complex than ever before. Yet as the world's economies grow, the infrastructure they rely on needs to evolve. Every nation has its own independent monetary policy and regulatory standards, but with varying system access and legacy technology, the world's financial infrastructure can seem overwhelming. At Ripple, we enable governments and central banks around the world to create new, high-performance financial infrastructures built on blockchain technology. More specifically, we help governments build and launch central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs. They are national currencies powered by modern technology that is secure, centralized, and scalable. And these CBDCs will enable central banks to implement their monetary policies in more efficient and effective ways. The Ripple team brings a wealth of expertise to every new CBDC solution, working with hundreds of financial institutions, policymakers, and regulators. Our solutions facilitate billions of dollars in cross-border payments around the globe. Ripple's CBDC solution is based upon one of the most reliable, sustainable, and open-source blockchain protocols, the XRP Ledger, XRPL. The XRP ledger technology is perfect for CBDC blockchain applications. It's fast with transactions completing 2 to 3 seconds. It's easily customizable and programmable. It's reliable, having closed over 72 million ledgers since 2012. The ledger's native functionality for issuing digital currencies also reduces the need for bespoke programming and reduces risk. Finally, the technology is sustainable as one of the first carbon-neutral blockchains. Each pilot is completely customizable and shaped to the needs of the central bank by an expert team. Here's how it works. Each nation's CBDC is hosted on a private version of the XRP ledger. Access by participants is granted by the administrator and fully secure. Using Ripple's CBDC solution, the central bank has full control over supply, allowing them to increase supply or redeem it. And through a standard API and multiple SDKs, integration into existing systems is simplified and suitable for traditional and non-traditional participants. Additionally, the central bank can issue other assets and allow participants like commercial banks to do so. The central bank can also authorize who holds the currency on the ledger, whether that's held directly by consumers or through commercial banks. Transactions typically settle in seconds compared to days, making CBDCs suitable for use cases like retail point of sale. This can open the door for real-time salary payments and collection of tax at point of sale, which gets funds to an institution or a consumer faster while eliminating debt risks. CBDC data is fully controlled and auditable by a central bank, allowing for its analysis in support of monetary policy. And the data maintains transaction privacy while still allowing for regulators to monitor for criminal activity. Can provide a means to bridge disparate currencies through XRP. Its inherent interoperability can allow for connection with other central bank ledgers for efficient cross-asset and cross-border transactions. This can be done with cross-issuance, using XRP as a bridge currency or via cross-ledger communication protocols. This reduces the risk that institutions are forced to accept when transacting across multiple networks or currencies in the current system. The creation of a CBDC provides powerful benefits for the economy and people of an adopting central bank. It's technology that places trust in digital money in the hands of a central bank that can guarantee accessibility to funds and the resulting services, as is the case with cash today. The result? An improved foundation for global financial development where businesses, commercial banks, and ultimately people can unlock new economic potential. Work with Ripple to build a custom pilot designed for your country or institution today.
Not too shabby. I mean, we understand all this stuff is coming for whether we like it or not, right? Some it could be used for good, some could be used for bad. But the point is, again, like I'm stating before, I'm not gonna sit on the sidelines. Larry is in the comments. Shout out to Larry. Even Larry, I'm gonna keep using this example. Told some bad info from either a friend or a colleague, whoever it was, saying many years ago. I don't know if it was 2013 or 2011, but a long time ago. Larry's like, man, I really think about buying this BTC, this Bitcoin, and what did Larry tell us all? His friend or colleague, who it was like, no, man, you don't want to get into that. I heard that, these guys from the Silk Road, the drug dealers are using it and so on. Another one of you guys in the comments, it was a great analogy. I don't know if it was Stardog or Blackwood or I don't know who it was, right? Maybe it was Cool Cat Crypto. I don't know. It was like, yeah, as if cash has never been used for drug dealing. Yeah, absolutely. Used every day for it. So, unfortunately, Larry missed out on it. I missed out on it too. Back in 2010 was when I found out about it and so on. But you want to know something? I am not going to let that next ship sail. No, not at all. So, we're going to jump into a little bit more of what we have for Ripple's XRP. That was a very well put together video. I mean, If we were impressed with the quant overledger one, I think this is a very professionally put together video. All right. So let me show you guys just a tad bit more in regards to this. And basically speaking, we're going to jump into this. This is also from Ripple, official Ripple. And let's get this primed and ready to go. Here it is. And it talks about this huge shift. Some of you guys may get tired of hearing about this, but this is an update to a sense. So again, from Ripple official, says a huge shift in finance is basically underway. Let me just double check a couple settings. I'm good. Let's tick up into the 60s, guys. Please smash that like. A huge shift in finance is underway. More than 80% of global finance leaders are expected to begin using crypto in their business in the next 3 years. Remember the report we showed you earlier for Jasmine, or I should say with Japan, with the IoT, some of the metrics for the future by 2030. That's big, right? But if more than 80% of global finance leaders are expected to be using this, well, what could this mean, especially for us? And let's just give an honor mention also to like Stellar. All these ones that are tied into this big financial system. It's going to be massive, right? So if you're wanting to nerd it out, you can download this 2023 New Value Report to understand how to unlock the power of blockchain for your business. Or, you just sit back and listen and so on, and I'll get into it as well. But this is a big deal in my opinion. And so I'm going to pull this up for you guys. And while getting into it and so on, there's quite a bit that's mentioned. All right. So originally, this was posted, I believe, not that long ago, right? The 18th. Let's show you guys the tab. Just double check that you can see it. I have it nice and big for you guys. So this is good stuff. And it says how finance leaders believe crypto is reshaping payments. And this, of course, posted from the actual Ripple team. Shows some things that you may not be aware of in regards to not just use cases, but actual like analytics, if you will. Statistics, analytics. Crypto and digital assets for payments, current adoption, and forward trends. Now, this is recent, so I think it is worth referencing. Here's a summary of the key findings, because I don't want to bore you too much with this. Global finance leaders see use as a payment method as the biggest accelerator for the adoption of crypto and digital assets. Top 3 use cases for both financial institutions and enterprises using crypto for payments, because let's face it, you can't dismiss them. 53% are accepting payment in the form of crypto. Some people still don't realize it, right? It's like, but they're accepting it, but are they using it? Now, I get that argument, right? That's a valid argument. 52% enabling customers to make crypto payments. Before we get to the next thing, see the trend we're going with here? Do you also understand the trend of what has happened recently? So for one, there's FedNow. That's available to 30 plus banks. Available to them. Doesn't mean they're all like got clients left and right waiting to use it. And you got to keep in mind, the average Joe Schmo can't just say, hey, I want to use FedNow. Don't work that way, right? ISO 222, the banks starting to be able to onboard it in and implement it, but are they using it, right? Big, big difference. 47% making cross-border payments into crypto. Okay, cool stuff. Check out some of these other statistics. Adding value to cross-border payments. We talk about this all the time, whether it is Ripple's XRP, XLM. How about the one that creates interoperability for cross-border payments, right? Through Quant's Overledger. That's just another example. 58% of global payment leaders see faster payments as the #1 value prop for incorporating crypto into cross-border payments. And, we will mention what's going on with Japan and what have they been doing lately, right? Have you seen all the articles about the emphasis on cross-border payments and the emphasis on data free flow with trust? All right. If we're going to embrace blockchain technology and so on, you have to have something that's, like everybody's been talking about for over 2+ years now. That regulatory framework. DFFT is the regulatory framework. Before, people used to talk about, what is regulatory framework? Well, how would you like to have a label on what that regulatory framework is? It's literally DFFT. If you don't believe me, research it more before, go crazy with maybe, I don't know. I'm not saying you guys in the comments necessarily, but some people think I'm full of malarkey when it comes to that. And it's okay. It's just a difference of opinion. I also base it on, actual research. Top pain points, like it says that crypto can address for pain points. Kind of funny how they mention this. Payments, expensive payment structures, 30%, treasury time, consuming middleware integrations into payment flows. Hence the terms of why people don't like the concept of Venmo, right? If you research Venmo, right? Sounds basically just like FedNow, but it's not, right? Is it not? You're not really having real-time gross settlements. The ACH, I don't want to get into the whole thing about it, right? You can look into it more, or if you use Venmo, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, protection from price volatility is a must, right? Hence why we have to have the regulatory framework to get the clarity. We've gotten hints of the clarity. A Ripple win was, some people feel as though that was the start of the birth of, the clarity, right? Finally starting to come. So 27% on price volatility, 20% on unclear regulation, 20% on highly restricted regulation, 20% technology, and 14% on bad actors. And I do have to check this real quick. Apologize. I think I'm good. Okay. Let me just double check. All right, I did get a message. I have to check that, guys. So sorry about that. All right, so that's what's going on with that. Let's go further down. It says across the global payments, and I'm not going to just do everything here. Industry, user experience, and let me just double check the settings just one more time. All right, we're good. Industry, user experience and modern interfaces have been prioritized to meet growing consumer demand for user-friendly digital-first banking services. Think about this for a second, guys. But the underlying infrastructure that moves money, think about this for a second, from one account to another has vast room for improvement, right? Absolutely. And the potential for blockchain and crypto to modernize the underlying payment rails has captured the attention of financial leaders literally around the world, right? You better believe it. There's this thing about the value report. This part I will talk about for a brief moment, and then I'll kick it down to, I think, maybe 3/4 down this page. But here is something worth paying attention. In this value report, and you're more welcome to download it, nerd it out if you want. It revealed that 44% of surveyed respondents expect payments to be the biggest source of crypto adoption, and nearly half believe cross-border payments is a top use case for crypto. That's why people that are in the know of Ripple's XRP and Stellar's XLM, that's why they own both of them, right? Yeah, there's a few people that only own one or the other. I get that. But for me, I don't think there's anything wrong with owning both of them. And if anything, tonight I definitely will get into the whole topic once again, 3 days in a row, because it's a follow-up, if you've been paying attention to our show, on why you want to hold Stellar. So, we're talking about Ripple's XRP. Stay tuned for the part about Stellar. When I've mentioned numerous times now lately about Sorbonne being the key proponent of smart contracts, it's a smart contract literally for Stellar, because it is the smart contract, if you will. I'm going to do a breakdown for you on that. All right. Again, if you were ever gung-ho about, Ethereum, then again, if you hold Stellar, you're very bullish on the whole topic of Sorbonne. All right. So how about this? Payments, especially cross-border payments, still rely on legacy rails, right? We talk about some of this stuff. You can't dismiss some of the legacy stuff, and they're tied into enterprise. But yeah, the legacy rails that can take days for transactions to fully settle, right? Again, some people are like, oh, that haven't done the research. Says, Venmo is. I saw one guy and I thought it was absolutely absurd. He was just like, well, what's the big deal about, FedNow when there's Venmo? It's like, come on, man. That's not real true. Like, RTGS it's not. It says, in contrast, blockchain and digital asset technologies provide a seamless global infrastructure in which payments can be sent and received anytime, anywhere, instantly with lower fees and 360 like visibility. All right. So this part further down is this right here. Because, sometimes you guys don't want me to talk about just Japan. Oh, man, I tuned into Max and Crypto Talk now, and all he talks about is Jasmine in Japan and this guy, Genki Oda and Tara Kono and, Habashi-san and Mr. Miyagi and, Daniel-san and, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Splinter and freaking Shredder and stuff. No, I'm kidding. But, no, I don't just talk about some of those things, okay? But I will point out some things that happen here in the United States. So let's talk about it. In the United States of America, over 65% of the population, listen to this, guys, is expected to use mobile banking by 2025. Now, think about this for a second, right? Now, that's a stat. That's a big, powerful stat. But we also know that when it comes to the banking sectors of the world, by the end of 2025, November of 2025, I don't have a specific date. I mean, I guess we could say like literally, the weekend after, Thanksgiving or whatever. Maybe that's when it is. I don't know. Let's just say the final day of November. What is there? How many days are there in November? Is it 28? Is it 31? I can't remember. But my point is this. Let me just double check that. Because somebody's going to answer it. How many days are in November? Remember that song when you're in school? It's like, how's it go? 31 days in November, April, June, and December. I don't know if you guys are that old to remember that weird song. I mean, I forgot how the song went. Isn't that horrible? I'm an educator. I forgot how that song went. All right. 30 days in November. There we go. Okay. So, I mean, does ISO 222, is it fully implemented by November 30th of 2025? That's the bottom line, right? Everybody's wondering about that. But basically speaking, it's kind of funny. It might be a coincidence, but like it says, it's expected to use mobile banking by 2025, 65% of the population. So if figures end up being true, or even if they don't hit the target of 65%, I think we do. I mean, we know how when it comes to technology, it doesn't really. Have you ever seen an example where new innovation has come out and then we just go backwards? Like, no, right? We go from the times of like even the 20th century where you had a home phone, technically speaking, like I guess in the 1920s, the guy, has got one on the wall and he's, cranking it. And why is he cranking it? Right? Because he has to generate enough electricity to make the call. I don't know if you guys knew about that. My grandparents used to tell me that because, my grandfather was too young for World War I and too old for World War II. My grandpa and grandma, they both helped out in the war effort by, helping out with building the ships in the port of Portland. But the point was, they definitely talked about that. You got to generate that. Can you imagine, even by the times of, I don't know, the 60s, 70s, especially the 80s, jumping to like touch tone phones? That was a big deal, right? But there's never been an example, even when we went to cordless. I mean, I'll never forget pulling that big old long antenna out. And then it was just like telling your friend, hey, get off the cordless, man. Go to landline. I can't hear you too well. But the key thing is we never went backwards when it comes to innovation. So am I too far off? No, I think we do hit these targets. 65% of the population is expected to use mobile banking by 2025. If that's the case, again, kind of like what Mr. Elon Musk, aka Crypto Mike, was talking about, perfect examples of your grandma, whoever, swiping their debit card and don't even realize it's tied into crypto or blockchain or distributed ledger technologies, right? Absolutely. Like that's why you guys seen that intro that I have. If you just tuned in, I'll go ahead and show it right now while we're on the topic because it's fun. Let's show you guys this. This is good. All right. I know that most of you guys have seen this, but nonetheless, you're going to see it again. And basically speaking, it's this right here. Let me pull up the video file. It's just like, I don't know, it's like what, 15 seconds or something like that. I think the name is Pay Card. Here it is. Watch this. Just in case you missed it, one more time. People like my intros. I've gotten a lot of good compliments about that, right? But anyway, what I'm trying to state is, and I'll kick it back to what we have on the outline, is that is a perfect visual representation of, if a person didn't know about, the concept of cryptocurrency or blockchain, distributed ledger technologies, and so on. Again, it just, they might have heard of Bitcoin, right? But at some point, it might not even matter that they even know about it. They just want to go swipe their card. They don't realize it's tied into that. But you yourself understand what's tied into. You yourself knew what you invested in. I still truly believe that Stellar is going to be the one when it comes to, if you had to pick one cryptocurrency that is going to be used like everywhere around the world for the average Joe Schmo. That's a perfect example. Because in that visual, it literally shows you, does it not? Here's this card, Stellar Lumens, if you will, right? Swipe it, boom, done. Say what you want. All right. A little bit more about this real quick. All right. So here's a good stat. So yeah, by 2025, driven in part by the popularity of the open banking platforms and payment apps like Venmo. That wasn't planned, but I use that example. And the Cash App. Throughout Asia, the global leader in digital finance adoption, online banking is expected to reach nearly 1 billion users by 2024. In China, over 87% of respondents in an EY study have already used fintech services. If you guys hold, for instance, what's that one? We call it Chinese Matic. You get Conflux, right? I mean, that's another one that's part of my top 10 of ones I don't own yet. Some people feels like you shouldn't invest in Conflux. Well, if that's the case, why invest in any of this? I mean, we're going to pick and choose like what not to invest in because there's some bad players. You can literally apply this to every single facet of life. Remember the examples I used before? Oh, I'm not going to go watch this movie because this actor did something to offend me. Okay, really? Oh, I'm not going to buy this product anymore. I used to love it and eat it all the time because they did something that was offensive. Okay, so you're going to boycott all the pancake syrup. I'm going to boycott this. I'm going to boycott that. Remember when we used the example of the Dixie Chicks back a long time ago? You're going to boycott all of that? So what are you going to do? Just going to join the Amish community? What are you going to do after that? You're going to boycott the Amish? You're just going to be like a guy that literally lives alone by himself, become a hermit or like, not a recluse, but a hermit, well, good luck with that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying. Anyway. All right. This other part, right? The total value of global mobile device payments, listen to this, guys, reached 1.2 trillion in 2022. It's clear that much of the world engages with money and finance digitally first. A remarkable shift is in its own right. The highly designed user experiences that are drawing these customers in are actually masking outdated, fractured infrastructure. And of course, they talk about all that great stuff about what Ripple does and so on. So I don't know. I thought I'd bring it to you guys. I thought that was cool to share that, obviously. This next part will be kind of a follow-up to a sense of what we've been talking about for the last few days with Stellar. So if you're wondering if I'm going to get to Stellar, I'm definitely going to get to it. But first, I'm going to recognize the comments, turn some banners back on for brand awareness and whatnot. And if anything, I do thank you guys for still being here. We still have a great show in store for you guys. Please smash that like. Let's go further down. And Walkman over CD player. I mean, yeah, it was just so much. It was so much easier to use, was it not? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. That Discman when it first came out, it was just skipping like crazy. Yeah, I mean, Biggie Smalls was right. I let my tape rock till my tape pop, right? Absolutely. And then you flip it over to the other side. It was no big deal. All right. Let's go further down. Cash Cats vibing with the vinyl. Cool stuff, man. Big Watch Studio Max that collect vinyl records. Oh, cool. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull something up for you guys real quick. This one's for you guys. You ready for it? Hold on, let me pull off a banner. You're going to think this is kind of cool. All right, here we go. Yeah, boy. Yeah. On vinyl. Look at that. So when I get my ultimate, hold on. Yeah. When I get my ultimate, we call it man cave or whatever. I mean, I'll show you guys something real quick just before we kick it back into the crypto stuff. What's that show? Keyboard's not working. Hold on. What's wrong with this thing? Okay. And all right. Hold on, my bad. And man cave. Hold on, just real quick. I want to show you something cool. I won't do it exactly like this. I mean, because this is radio. But I mean, like, if I was ever going to upgrade like Crypto Talk Now, if you're wondering like what that would look like, I want to show you guys something cool. And some of you guys watch this show because you're in the sports. All right. Let me show this real quick. So it's Jalen Rose, right? He's obviously a big proponent of like hip hop. Let me show you something real quick. I think you guys can see this. Yeah. But you know, he always has like so many different like pictures, and he's got them on frames and stuff like that. So I just give me kind of like an idea of like how would I have mine. Like I would have like non-Zillmatic. I would have like, you know, just anything I'm like basically into and so on. It's just a cool concept. But yeah, glad to show you guys the whole thing of Dr. Dre the Chronic. All right, let's get back to what we have because I don't want to lose everybody because some people don't really care about other stuff. But anyway, let's go further down. Stardog says Discmans were useless. Couldn't actually walk around with it. It skipped and was pretty big. Yeah, it's just like, you know, we're gonna walk. It was like, oh hey guys, I'm walking around. Like everybody's walking around like this, or you know, you keep it. You know, you want to put it like I don't know. You would want to keep it in something where you don't have to walk funny. It's just yeah, the Walkman was so much more practical and easier to use. All right, I did read that earlier. Thank you again. Yeah, skipping CDs is retro. You know, never scratch CDs. You know. All right, Stardog. How the f do you even get music on a bit of tape? Middle of that. You know what? There's a DJ, a new form of DJing. Just real quick, you guys should look into it if you're really into like the hip hop type stuff. So there's this guy. It's kind of like the concept of what they do with vinyl. You know, we got 2 records and so on. But this guy did it with actual tape, and it was pretty amazing. I'll have to find the video about it sometime and share it with you guys. If maybe you've seen it, but if you're really into like hip hop and stuff. Hey, welcome, Corey Bibe. No problem. All right, Dwight Von Tress, welcome. Hey, welcome back, man. See, this is what I love when people do a custom avatar because it's a, you know, it allows us to like remember you, right? Welcome back, man. I'm glad you're getting your Jasmine bag up. Right on. Mr. Bond. Oh, James Bond. Was it Goldfinger? You know? No, Mr. Bond. I want you to die. That was good stuff. All right. Gonna read just a couple more comments, see what we have. All right. Let's see who else is up in this mug. Edward Vincent says, thank you. You got it. My Google heard you. Arf. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about DMX. Yeah, it's good stuff. All right. So funny, I leave to make some tea, come back, and Max is talking about hot dogs. Oh, when you watch the replay? Oh God, jeez. See, guys, at least Stardog, I guess, saw some of the great stuff that you were talking about earlier. All right. What else we got on here? Come on, Napoleon. You know I'm training to be a cage fighter. Yeah. Oh, Kip. Or was it Kip? Yeah. Kip was such a pansy. Anyway, God. I mean, say what you want, man. They should have made like a few more movies. If there was a movie that should have had like, sequels. Now, like all these guys are super old. You can't really do sequels. But you know what? If they did get somebody young, they could do like prequels. Can you imagine these guys like in middle school or elementary? That could be fun. I don't know. Maybe some of you guys are like, nah, Max, so many like sequels sucked and it's just not bad. But say what you want. You never know. It could be funny. Who knows? And if anything, it's filmed in Idaho, where GF Burke and Crypto Smith are at, right? All right. I promise we'll get into the XLM coverage here in a bit. Speaking of XLM, I continuously daydream of realistic price target for XLM in 2025. Interesting. Kind of like that song Adidas, All Day I Dream About. Yeah, but you dream about XLM instead. That's all right. Anyway. All right. I'm 29, but never been. Yeah, isn't like purple and I forgot what the other one was. Anyway, you could tell me. I'm here's the thing, even on my computer right now, I have a thing for all the lights and stuff like that. I'm not into that because like it's like even though it's on the other side, years ago I used to have my computer like literally in my bedroom. It's like a half bedroom / office, you know what I mean? And then obviously I changed things up, thank God, because like that kind of warms up the room too much. And living in Phoenix is not a good idea. But my main thing was, going to sleep was just like, all these like lights all blaring all around the place. So yeah, I have all that stuff off, man. But last I heard, I think it was like purple, but why? What's up with that? All right. AZ Kirk, welcome. Hi, my friend sent me here because he says it's the hot. What is this? What is this? Who the heck is this paging you to come to our channel to look at freaking hot dogs at 5:46 in the morning, the crack of dawn, and now I'm yawning. Wipe the coal out my eye. See who's this AZ Kirk wanting to see a thing about the hot dog channel and why? It's freaking Elon Musk at the barbershop saying, look at Mr. Crypto. Yeah. I don't want that. I'm not going to show that. But for 100 QNT, I will be a sellout. That's right. That's what you said last time, Max. And, you gave into peer pressure. All right. If you really want to see that, go to previous show. Okay. And it's roughly at the hour and 42 mark, I think. And it's there. And yeah, it's bad. And I feel bad about it because it's not exactly too Christian of me to do that. But anyway, but since people want to see that, you can get your hot dog talk now right there. All right. Bank managers with the, what is that? Huh? Bank managers with the versus bras. LOL. Very nice. Oh yeah. Very nice. Yishimish. Epical Noel, yeah. Kazakhstan, greatest country in the world. All the other countries ran by little girls. Yes. Remember how that went? You guys seen the movie? Yeah. Anyway. Max got to do the who is this guy? Is this oh my God. Well, it's there, all right? I mean, if you want, if you're somebody, if you're somebody gonna get offended by it, you can just turn away or whatever, but it's real easy, man. You just go to a channel, the previous video, the previous live show. What was the previous live show? What was it called? What did we call that? DYOer with Max. Which one was that called? Hold on a second. Let's just check this out real quick. Max, you're losing people. Well, hold on a second. We'll get to XLM. I promise. Oh, yeah. It's with the brother Roo. All right. Here, I'll show you as far as I'm going to show you. This is it. All right. And this is it. I mean it. You go to this section. All right. So, Crypto Talk Now. Oh, by the way, we ticked up to 13,200. We did. Well, that's because of the hot dog thing, Max. You got an extra 100 subscribers for the hot. No, that's not the reason. Of according to analytics, is actually based on the research. Shame on you guys for thinking that. Anyway, it's DYOR with Max, or with Rue Black. I'm sorry, a Black Rue investing. No, it's not Rue in that picture with you know who. It's not Rue. God, whoever's thinking that, you're horrible. But nonetheless, yeah, I think it's at the hour and 42-minute mark. And you could take a look into it if you really are that bad. And you could have your own little sick good laugh, I guess. Jeez. Anyway. Yeah, you know, say what you want, man. I got some good thumbnails going on here. Look at this, man. Howie, Ripple Win, you know, like, get it? You know, instead of saying Owie, he says Howie. You get what I'm saying. Good stuff, right? All right. So that's where it's at. At least I gave you something, right? Shake Shack rocks. I like Shake Shack, and they got good cheese fries. Anyway, all right, so let's go further down and just read a couple more comments. Larry, you have to coax in some of those Hooters gals in here. Hook up Max. I don't want to be hooked up. I mean, don't get me wrong. Who doesn't want a beautiful woman? I'm not looking to get any long-term relationship anymore for a while. Right? Max is focused on doing my own thing for a while. Like, I'm good. You know what I mean? I got out of a 6-year and 4-month relationship. I'm still good friends with my ex, but I don't want to mess around with nothing right now. So yeah. Anyway. All right. Selmo Fudd, welcome. Glad to have you here, Mr. Selmo Fudd. Boom, right back at you. And let's see here. Landy Flowers, thanks for all you do. Your content is greatly appreciated. Well, thank you. Let's get into the content, since, you know, obviously that's the main reason why you watch for the most part. No, it isn't, Max. I'm here for the part where you say, pull her off it sooner. And I say, well, it's up to Brian Dowie with the Vaseline. You know, no Vaseline in the M16. You know, you got to lift weights like Mr. Larry, who injects his body with creatine. His favorite jewel is diamond. His favorite color is green. Green and smokes Louis the 13. Boy. All right. Let's jump back to what we got, right? Here we go, and it's good stuff. I think it's good stuff. Maybe you're like, oh, I don't care about Stellar. You should care about Stellar, because you know what? If you understand the bigger picture, you're going to pay attention to Stellar. All right, here we go. Let's jump into it. This comes from Danelle Dixon, the one, the only, okay? And on this one, you're going to see something that maybe you weren't quite aware of. And if anything, I'm going to take off some of the branding before we can emphasize this. All right, so here it is. She says, we are putting utility on the map, literally. Now, I'm telling you flat out, if you're just the guy who you're into Stellar, but you don't know a lot about it, and you don't know about Sorbonne, I'm telling you flat out, you got to learn more about Sorbonne. And if anything, on our channel, we're going to help you do that. This is a little bit of a clip. It states, wrapping up first half of 2023 with a bang. This is posted on July 19th, so only about 2 days ago, day before FedNow. Stellar Development Foundation delivered on our roadmap. Utility is the growth exponent from Sorbonne to our FTI-DA collaboration. We are brimming with pride. Let's explore. But here's the thing. You may be thinking, Max, why are you sharing this, man? These are just devs talking about stuff. More to it than that. You're going to hear him say one specific thing in this minute and a half, and it's very, very bullish, and I'll get into why that's so bullish here in a second. Smash that like, especially for Stellar and Sorbonne, man. It's going to be huge. It's literally the East killer. Here we go.
One of the most interesting things to me, actually, about Sorbonne development thus far is the fact that it's all been done in the open. So 10 preview releases, definitely unheard of. Since we started last year, ecosystem devs, they've been encouraged to tinker and build. They've been invited to join development and design discussions. And all of that has been happening in public on the Stellar Dev Discord. There have been so many ideas, so many contributions, so much feedback coming in from so many different voices. And even though that level of democratic access is kind of inherently messy, it's been a really wonderful thing to watch. And the result is much, much better. And it came way, way faster than it would have if SDF engineers had tried to build something like this in a silo. It takes a village, people. Speaking of a village, Because Sorbonne has been built in the open and because ecosystem devs have been hacking away throughout all 10 preview releases, we've actually seen something pretty remarkable happen. A viable ecosystem of smart contracts projects has been built alongside the platform itself. So at this moment, there are over 70 projects building on Sorbonne that I personally know about, and there are likely many more that
What? Yeah, okay, right? 70 freaking projects that you weren't even aware about. Why? Because this is the smart contract platform of smart contract platforms, and it's on Stellar. Yeah, this is the key. This is their premier smart contract platform. Maybe wondering, well, is there a lot of smart contracts on Stellar? The answer is no, but this is the key premier one. All right, I'm gonna play a little bit more about this. Sorry, I had to just jump into there for a second. Give you a little bit of that. What? Okay. All right. What happened there? All right, there we go.
I don't, which means that come mainnet launch, we can expect a thriving ecosystem. So if you are a developer, you don't need to wait for building blocks. They're here right now, ready for you. Now, there's still a chance to be a part of that first wave of developers. You'll be in good company and well equipped to succeed if you join. But blink and you're going to miss it. You will be a second waiver, a new waiver if you don't start now. Are you interested? Do you want to know more? Check out sorbonne.stellar.org.
Boil it, mash it, stick it in the stew. Potatoes, Sorbonne. I'm telling you flat out, learn more about Sorbonne. Go to the site if you want, or if you just type guy like, I'll just wait for Max to whatever. Okay, fine, I get that. But I'm telling you flat out, man, if you ever understood even basic concepts of smart contracts and why this is the key to this is a good analogy. Like you picture, what Matrix movie was it? I think it was Matrix, the second Matrix, right? Matrix Reloaded. You had that guy who, the Asian guy, right? He was the key maker or whatever. And then he had the main key and it opened up another door. So literally picture that. It's like Sorbonne's the key to this massive ecosystem that's ready to be onboarded for Stellar. All right, think about that for a second. This is not fun for Luna Classic because I hold Luna Classic, and I believe that eventually, if we could get some, just even like a 1 or 2 solid, real good projects to come back, that's going to be key, right? We know about how big that is, especially with Cardano. Like you have Ajax, right? Singularity Net, great project, right? That's a quality project built on an ecosystem. But how would you love to have, like he just said, 70 just ready to turn that key. We're talking about flipping the switch. Turn that key with Sorbonne, and boom. And like he was talking about, you need to get on board with this now because that is just, oh my God. This is where I get excited about this because the way I look at it is like this. And I love Sean, all right? I can't wait to talk to him about this and share some of this stuff with him, right? Sean Crypto Smith. I think I need to share some of this stuff. I need to say, hey, buddy, you need to look into this because for him, you want to see a little bit more with Stellar. Is this not a lot more with Stellar? You know what I mean? And so we're going to get into this next part about Stellar and a follow-up and everything because, let's face it, who doesn't like getting some Stellar news? One of the consistent complaints about Stellar is if you're a content creator, man, you really gotta come up with something to consistently bring Stellar news. Stellar content creation or influencers or so on. It's just it's very few and far between. We know that, right? So let's keep up with some of that supply and demand and bring you some more of that news. Smash the like for some Stellar. I'm going to show you guys a little bit more because this is cool stuff. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to share the screen again. I always announce how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this. Well, some people are like, just do it. Well, I don't really have hotkeys for different things. And I want hotkeys, but the link is different. And I tried it before and it doesn't link me up the right way. All right. So a long time ago, or not that long ago, maybe a month or 2 ago, we used to always reference ALP. Remember ALP? No, not ALF from the 80s hit show. This is ALP. Okay. Really excellent content creator like this guy. And if anything, let me show you what's going on with ALP. And he does reference Sorbonne once again. So he says Sorbonne, the Rust-based smart contract platform that boosts Stellar's ecosystem. Think about it. Literally what I was just talking about earlier. All right. Sol's ledger bloat. Now, a few, I don't know, maybe over last like a week ago or so, I gave you that Stellar bloat update. And some of you guys are like, bloat? Like, we talk about, like, I'm going down to the pub, I'm getting bloated off the ale or whatever. Well, not quite like that, right? But anyway, we gave you that update. So, number one, Stellar is working to take advantage of the positive momentum in the crypto industry and secure its place in the future of finance. Well, yeah, we know that. Number two, in regards to Sorbonne, is a Rust-based smart contract platform designed for scale and sensibility. It seamlessly integrates with and works alongside the existing Stellar blockchain, right? While also addressing the issue of ledger bloat, a significant obstacle to long-term sustainability. So some people, like even you, Cool Cat, right? You were saying like, if you don't have true scalability, what are you going to do? But 1500 TPS is not going to get it done, right? This is the key to the upgrade of, we're going to obviously need to be able to solve some of these problems that are going to exist in the future. Okay, let's just throw that out there. All right, number three, Sorbonne's state expiration system helps ensure valuable ledger space is used wisely and allows for restoration when necessary. The announcement of Sorbonne v1, now a stable release, marks a critical milestone after 15 months of design iterations and public discussions. Now, I have stated this, and I shared it to a lot of you guys. Some of these ones don't get like necessarily a lot of views. The people that know about Sorbonne, they understand that's big. But we talked about how it was in a test net. You have to put things in a test net, right? You can't just make a main net without, just like like a proper AAA game. They do this all the time, which is silly because all they care about is the sales and that's it. But if you have a solid, like for instance, AAA game project, do you not put your game into at least a beta? Right, you're going to do that. Same goes for like test nets when it comes to blockchain and so on. So the Rust-based smart contract platform that boosts Stellar's ecosystem and solves ledger bloat. Very, very true. I'm going to come back in the frame in a second. I think somebody sent me a DM. I want to see what that's about real quick. Let's see here. It's from Le Grand Commission. Oui, merci beaucoup. Okay, we can show you this. Let's try to pull this up for a second. But before we get into this, I want to share you guys just a little bit more in regards to this outline. But thank you, Mr. Le Grand Commission, for being here. And I want to get into this just a brief moment because, I don't know, it's good stuff. I mean, it kind of gives you an idea about this whole thing of this, what's called Rust, right? So let me pull this up for a second. And I want to show you guys this. And, you may think this is the nerdy stuff, but it's good stuff, all right? I want to just kind of give you a broader perspective of why we make a big deal about this and why you should pay attention if you're a Stellar holder. Here we go. So look at this for a second. Let me see if it shows up all right. All right, it does. And like it says, this comes from learn.figment.io, how to write and deploy smart contract in Rust. Of course, it's a tutorial. I'm not going to get into all this stuff because we're not devs, right? But it says, why Rust? That's the bottom line, right? This is a smart contract. We know that Sorbonne's built off of this stuff. It says, Rust is the preferred programming language for writing smart contracts on Near. That's another great project, right? Do we not know about, for instance, Near protocol, right? The investor place, so I always reference consistently, right? They're very, very bullish on a few projects, okay? In the portfolio, it lists like what they feel strong on and ones that which they just, think that you should have part of your portfolio. They feel strong on Near. They feel strong on Atom, right? Cosmos. They feel strong on XLM, right? So yes, this is a language for writing smart contracts on Near. So again, Near is also part of my list of other ones I still need to get into. It says Rust offers many features like memory, safety, small runtime, so on. This allows us to write a smart contract, and here's the key part, that doesn't have memory bugs and consumes less storage on the blockchain. Now, I want to throw this example to you guys. because I have my own server box. Basically, I have a 2U server. It's at an actual, on a co-location at an actual data center in Chicago with a company. They're called basically Colo Crossing. Okay, and I'm proud of that machine. Like I referenced it to you guys that know the stuff, right? Dual CPU, quad core Xeons, 144 gigs of memory. It's a beast, right? But my key thing is, we run game servers for various different games. And one of the consistent problems that I don't like about Treyarch, okay, for instance, like we host Call of Duty 5 World at War. It's not called Call of Duty 5, it's just called Call of Duty World at War. But everything that Treyarch develops for Activision, they have really, really bad memory leaks. And so basically what's going to happen is over time, as for instance, a log file is created, right? That log file becomes not just like 1 gigabyte, it goes to like 2, 3, 4. And it's just like, it fills up like not the whole hard drive, but like we have to have a guy that literally has to shut the server off, the game server, and then delete part of that log file, right? Because most of that log file we don't even need anyway. And then on top of that, like he has to do that because on the executable file for Call of Duty World at War, MP game server, it has really, really bad memory bugs and just leaks out. But for instance, anything from Infinity War back in the day, it didn't have that issue. All right. So again, I know this is with blockchain, but you got to keep in mind, you can't have something where you have memory bugs and so on, right? So it says it consumes less storage on the blockchain. Again, perfect example of what I just gave you, right? My server box. I can't have a game server that's consuming all this storage as in big, giant log files, right? So that is a good example for me to share with you guys because I've seen it myself. So if it happens on my own server box that I pay for monthly, or my gaming community and I pay for monthly, you better believe things like this can arise on what? On blockchain. So to be able to have them write a smart contract that doesn't have any memory bugs, you don't think that's big? One of the consistent problems of Solana, right? And I'm trying to flood people's Solana bays, is that, like Larry was even saying, right? I mean, he likes the blockchains that basically like don't go down. We don't want our blockchains to be offline temporarily. No, that sounds ridiculous. This is a key. Very, very big stuff. So I just wanted to share you guys that just for a brief bit. The next part I'm going to show you guys real quick is a little bit more of what we have, and we'll kick it over to what Legrand has here in a bit. And basically speaking, let me just see if it's on the screen real quick. Hold on. Let me pull this up. So talk about Sarabon, obviously. And basically it's this right here. Okay. And this is big. All right. Because I want to keep up my flow. Apologize, Legrand. I just want to keep up with the flow real quick. And I swear we'll get into what you got. So, we talk about, are things scalable, right? Gilbert Verdian also talks about things being permissionless, right? This is stellar, but these are terms common terms that are brought up. So yes, this is permissionless. Stellar and Sorabon are open source, and anyone can write a smart contract and deploy it into the Stellar network as long as they know how to code in a supported smart contract language. How do smart contracts work? Well, you can write them, you can test them, you can deploy them. There's this part about where it states when a contract is deployed, others can interact with it by sending transactions that invoke its functions. These interactions trigger the contract's execution, and the blockchain network validates and records the resulting state changes. It's another part of the utility. Where some of the common applications for smart contracts, voting systems, and DAO governance. I mean, some of you guys know about this. With smart contracts, for instance, you can vote and you could do things that would be recorded on the blockchain ledger. Basically, you can have it's unchangeable, it's irreversible. Hence why, who knows, me talking about like I want to create my own video game in the future, 2 of them actually. You never know, maybe at some point I actually go to school and learn blockchain because I want to get a team of guys who will create like the greatest freaking anti-cheat known to man, right? Why would I want to do that? Through a system that's going to allow what, guys? The ability to have this be recorded on blockchain ledger, unchangeable and irreversible. That's basically a great big screw you, hackers. Yeah, I can't stand that stuff. You know, I'm glad that in South Korea it's against the law to do that. Okay, all right. So I want to jump into this next part of what we have, and here it is. This comes straight from Blockchain Oodles. What a name, right? This is all the way back on March 15th of this year. Understanding Sorbonne's stellar smart contract platform, because I have seen the replies every time I do a Sorbonne video. Some of you guys think it's a token. It's not a token. It's not a coin, right? This is, the smart contract, like the master key, if you will, to, just like, again, picture the Matrix Reloaded, right? You have that one guy who's the key maker, okay? He puts in that main key and opens up this whole new world, just like you saw earlier. That guy was talking about, 70 to join up in the ecosystem. You don't think that's going to do some big things? All we need is just a few of those out of the 70 to be a key proponent of, like, for instance, using the Stellar utility through that ecosystem, and having all these different ones using some form of actual utility through their ecosystem. Then it becomes like math, because now you have a perfect case where, this ecosystem project is doing this. This ecosystem project is doing that. This one is a Stellar AI focused one. And wow, look at what they're doing on, in the metaverse. I know some of you guys get tired of hearing about the metaverse, but it's coming, whether we believe it or not, it is coming. So all it takes is just not even just a handful of the 70, where we can start multiplying more of this. So, people need to understand that it's not just like when you talk about just being a utility maxi, like, for instance, if you're only buying one utility based crypto and you're only focused on it, for instance, like the payment rails, right? But understand that there's ecosystem for a reason. They help the greater cause, if you will. It's a network. All right. I want to show you this just real quick, right? Because we're talking about Sorbonne. So it basically states that the blockchain has pre-released, as in Stellar, Sorbonne to facilitate the building and deployment of Stellar Smart Contract, SSC. And as we get into this, here's the main emphasis. And it's like it says right here, to put it in layman terms: smart contracts define and secure connections via computer networks by integrating user interfaces and protocols. The goals and guiding principles of smart contracts development come from concepts of secure protocols, economic theory, and legal principles. The Stellar network expresses smart contracts as Stellar Smart Contracts, SSCs, and SSC has connected transactions that follow different constraints to function. When developing SSCs, the following constraints can be taken into account and implemented. And here's the nice part, because you guys like visuals. Who doesn't? It helps with the learning. The middle part shows where you have, for instance, constraint examples up for SSC development, multi-signature, this part about the batching, time bounds, sequence, right? The area of focus that you need to solve is the multi-signature, right? Again, it's in test net. It's not to main yet, but it's getting there. That part that they need to work on in regards to multi-signature refers to a concept in which different people must sign transactions from an account. Think about it, guys. We're talking about the banking sectors of the world. Isn't this something that needs to happen? You better believe it. People can also sign thresholds in signature ways. All right, I'm not going to get into all this because, I understand for some people they feel as though, this is the nerded out stuff. This last part, though, is good because we were talking about Rust real quick. So, Rust is the tools to create the Sorbonne smart contracts built on Stellar and so on. This supports Sorbonne's Turing complete smart contracts with WASM, which is WebAssembly. When combined with the strength of the Stellar's network, Sorbonne on Stellar will enable, listen to this, guys, use cases focused on extending access to financial services. So even though I was all gung-ho of like, oh my God, look at all these smart contracts and so on. Yeah, they're still not going to dismiss the financial services, but there's so much more to it than just that, right? Like we talk about, financial services can be used, for instance, obviously in the metaverse and so on. Founders created this new type of smart contract platform for the built to function. A preview of Sorbonne is live on FutureNet. You can look that up yourself. Now developers can start creating and deploying smart contracts on a test system with Sorbonne and can earn rewards for their work. That gives them incentives. Why should they join this if there's no incentives? There's your incentives. So again, this was back in March, and that's good stuff, and I'm glad to share that with you guys. And if anything, there's a little bit more to it than this, but I want to respect that maybe Legrand is waiting. So I want to show this with you guys for just a brief moment. And let me see about pulling this up. All right. So here it is. Oh, it's from Molt Money. Okay. All right. We'll play this. It's only 3 minutes. He says XRP XLM boom. I have not reviewed this, so I'm just, I know as much as you do as far as what he's about to say in this video. I'm gonna go ahead and smash the like on it. Give Molt Money a follow. He's a good guy. I know I've known about him for quite a bit. So, Molt Money. I think he rebranded himself to Molt Media, right? Yeah, Molt Media. I'll give him a like right there. All right. If anything, I'll even subscribe to his channel. Support a fellow brother who gives support for XRP and XLM coverage. He's killing on. He gets a lot of good views. All right. This comes from CTN Sideline Reporter. Le Grand Commission. Smash that like. Here we go.
I am enormously enthusiastic to do this video today. We have some big breaking news I want to get out to you all in a timely fashion. All I ever ask is if you like talking about XRP, you like talking about XLM, you know what to do. Drop that X in the comment section below. Click that like button. And of course, share the content so others around the world know exactly what is happening with these digital assets and the new digital revolution. Let's get straight into it. This article just surfaced about an hour ago. Ripple, in wake of a significant legal victory against SEC, Ripple, crypto payments giant, has set its sights on securing coveted spots on the UK's crypto company register. The firm's European managing director, Cindy Young, revealed to DL News that they have recently submitted applications for crypto assets firm registration with the UK's Financial Conduct Authority, along with payment institution license in Ireland. Moving on, despite this major legal triumph in its homeland, Ripple remains steadfast in their expansion plans in UK. UK extremely, shout out to anyone out in the UK, extremely crypto friendly in European markets. Young firmly stated that their growth strategies and plans remain unaltered, undeterred. The company intends to invest significantly in these regions, fostering exponential growth, said the executive. She also expressed enthusiasm for the ongoing momentum as UK actively positions itself as a promising investment hub with the crypto space. Also, along with that, UK has just said that they will be working with Bitcoin and crypto firms to ensure a clear path to regulatory approval, moving quite nicely. Now, once these Bitcoin ETFs are approved for the likes of financial institutions of BlackRock, Fidelity, etc., allowing customers to partake by what happens to altcoins with real use case, real utility, like XRP, like XLM, they always move thereafter. And so you can refer to past charts if you want to, but in the past, it was all about hype. I believe 100% we are getting close to a rally that is based off real use case, real utility, crypto assets like XRPs and XLM, coins that will make a difference in the world, not your Inu whatevers, right? Actual utility, actual use case. So why do I think that these two assets, digital assets, XRP and XLM, are God's gift to humanity and talk about them every single day? They will spark the global economic engine. So let me know your thoughts, your opinions, your comments, all that good stuff below. Don't forget to drop an X, click that like button, share the content. I'll see you all in the next video.
Well, now I know why Legrand wanted us to, share that. That was incredibly bullish in itself. That was great, quick video from Molt Money, now known as Molt Media. Give him a follow, give him a like, and so on. I've known about his channel for few years now. I'm glad to see he's doing pretty well. He's really starting to take off and so on. But man, that sounds incredible. All right, just a little bit more what we have. Let me take a moment to answer this person real quick. Give me a second. And let me see what we have real quick. I got to just get this going real quick. Hold on. I got to answer this person. And give me just one more moment, guys. I'm almost done with this. All right. I had to answer that person real quick. All right. So let me get back into the last bit of this coverage, right? To round it off. I guess you could say the icing on the cake. Okay. So we talked about Sorbonne, right? And we talked about that last snippet from, Molt Media and so on, Molt Money. I want to share you guys this real quick, which is a little bit more of obviously Stellar. I don't know if he's up late. I don't know if he's watching, but I want to give a quick shout out to Quant Papa. This is big. All right, you might not have been aware of this. This is pretty cool stuff that he found with his research. So I want to share this with you guys. All right. Let me come back well, I'll leave it right there because it's going to be kind of hard to see. Hold on. You guys still see that real well? Let me see. Let me just try to blow this up a bit. Let me see what it looks like for you guys. Yeah, I guess it's still big enough. I mean, you might have to look a little bit closer, but I just kind of want to be on the frame on this one. So in regards to this real quick, let's talk about this for a brief moment because this is good stuff. This is extended research. All right. So from the only Quant Papa, I love it when they call me Quant Papa is his name. So this comes from the IETF. Now, if you're wondering what the IETF is, most of us know about it if you've been watching the show for a while. But if you're a newcomer, you don't know about this. It's the Internet Engineering Task Force. Okay, literally, they are the pioneers of the internet. When people talk about Web 3, there was a Web 1 at one point. There was like a Web nothing. Like the alpha version, right? So it references supply chain management, talks about to complete this picture, we can add payments network to the mix, which maintains currency accounts for clients in different countries, enables cross-border payments, an example being the Stellar network. It says, for instance, gives you these examples, but, after goods have been dispatched and optionally after verification of the delivery and proper condition of a shipment, payment is due from an importer to an exporter. The trade finance network can record a payment obligation on its ledger, but it will rely on the payments network to process and confirm the actual transfer of funds. Kind of like understanding like why we reference some of these things, whether it is Sorbonne, smart contracts, and so on. The former shares data about the obligation to the latter, which shares data about a successful payment and return. And again, it gives you this example of like the supply chain through food tracking networks and so on, right? But yeah, again, references Stellar right there. I'm gonna jump to the next part. Let me share this. On this tracker, you do see a few key things. And if anything, I'm going to point them out. And I'm thankful to Quant Papa for pointing out the reference from STN. Stellar Development Foundation. Like it says, Stellar, access your universe of opportunities. Again, reference from the IETF on the data tracker. A little bit more in regards to this. Here's what's big. And you better believe this is going to be a video basically stating Quant and Stellar. Because you guys, of course, you're thinking maybe I was going to talk about the X's and not necessarily Quant. So Quant, look over here. The distributed ledger network update shows Stellar. What does it also show? The R3 Corda. Remember what Rue Black was talking about the other night? How big that R3 Corda bridge to XDC is? Right. So technically speaking, you can even include that. Look what's also at the top. Preview release on that 1.0 pre-release enterprise network update. KYC and fiat treasury. BTC, Ethereum, and even XRP. I can't believe there's still people and naysayers that want to state that, Even though they even show it not only in the demo, but on the public release of Overledger. Remember in the trailer? They literally show you guys how you can, switch to XRP, for instance. And that was big in itself. But some people who haven't properly researched the stuff, they'll still doubt it. All right, here's the icing on the cake. The nice thing is, and this, of course, is referenced from the actual quant network. I mean, it's turned vertically. Sorry about that. It says Overledger platform, an enterprise API that interconnects DLT blockchains, platforms, and networks. Interoperable, connect any to any network without overhead or limits. Hence why we're showing you that supply chain example. Remember, Overledger provides a wrapper to make blockchains enterprise ready. We were talking about enterprise earlier, were we not? Safely bridge, external blockchains for enterprise use cases. And of course, look what is showed at the bottom, the connectors and back office. On the right side, you do see the public permissionless blockchains. And it plain as day mentions Stellar, and we're going to even give IOTA an honorable mention. It was tagged in the live, on the title. You guys may be wondering why I'm starting to tag IOTA. Well, why not? Look what's mentioned on the enterprise permission DLTs. You do see Ripple there. Heck, you even see JP Morgan's Quorum. You see R3 Corda. How about this? Hyperledger, right? We're talking about, for instance, Jasmine uses Hyperledger Fabric. We also understand that Jasmine is an ERC20 token on Ethereum. But the point is the interoperability and Stellar being listed right there. Some people doubt this stuff. It's there, plain as day. It's there for your own reference. Look more into it. All right. Last but not least, before we kick it into this, I think we're actually, you know what? We're gonna stop this one. So that's it on the Stellar segment. We have an XDC segment for you guys. It's pretty big. Want to pay attention to it. Glad to bring it to you guys. Lots of comments came in. My God, and then pretty decent crowd for this late at night. Let me check something real quick. I got a message. And let's see what we have right here. Okay. All right. Well, I need to answer this person real quick. I need to take just a quick little breather. So bear with me real quick. I need roughly about 1 minute. We're going to get into the XDC, but by all means, we'll get into your comments in just a bit. Give me just a second. I need to answer this lady real quick. Sorry, it's work-related stuff. I have to do this real quick. All right, sorry about that. I'll wait for her response. All right, I'm gonna kick it back to what we have. Thank you for being patient with me. I do appreciate that, guys. No, it's not a booty call. It's just work-related stuff. I'm trying to do a new work at home type thing. So let's see what we got. Yeah, I'm not trying to chase booty calls or anything like that, man. I don't need any of that drama in my life right now. My thing is I'm trying to focus on. I'm actually just trying to focus on what I got going on, and I got enough on my plate, even with my dad and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody wants, some good loving and stuff, but not right now. All right, let me see what we have in the comments before we kick it into the XDC segment. Man, there's a lot of comments. I'm really thankful for that, you guys. Thank you so much. Glad to have it. All right, so let's go further down. And let's see what we got. I'm trying to see if there's any specific questions for me because there's a lot of questions. Max, is Hedera in your top 5? Yeah, I would say it's in my top 5. Absolutely. I think it's literally number 5. I think it's Quant. Quant and XRP would probably tie for 1. Was it XLM is like a 2. XDC is like a 3. Jasmy is 4. Hedera would be 5. Yeah, it's there you go. Boom. All right. Love Japan. Talk away, Max. Oh, thanks, Tim. Appreciate you, man. I think I missed a super chat. I do apologize, man. I'm trying to multitask here. I'm trying to do 1,000 things at once. From Rue Black, $5 super chat. What up, Max? Thanks for dropping my name, bro. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having a good time with us the other night. Let me highlight this real quick, guys. I'm gonna go down his. I at least want to highlight his super chat. It's just a good thing to do. And then I gotta get back to answering this person real quick because I need to. That's important that I do that. What up, Max? Thanks for dropping my name, bro. Yeah, no problem. All right, let me highlight this real quick. And let me answer this lady. All right, she just answered me. Hold on a second. Give me like another minute. I apologize. I got to do this, guys. It's like, yeah, keep in mind, I didn't sign up to be, a teacher this contract year. So like, I need to do this. All right. So give me just a minute. All right. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So we're going to get into just a couple more comments. I do appreciate you guys. Sorry about the delay. It's kind of hard to, it's one of those things in which, I got to be available. Anyway. All right. It's also not something in which I can't multitask. So anyway, too much information, right? All right, let's see here. Let's get into. I read that from you. That's good stuff. I want to welcome Steve the Canadian, Juan Figueroa. Thank you for being here. Let's see. So I answered basically all these questions yesterday. Maybe you didn't watch the show, but it's okay. So it's basically it. I'll just restate this, Steve. It's a legitimate question. There's nothing wrong with asking these questions. So who doesn't want to be objective about some of this stuff and be real about it, right? So basically, it's like this, kind of like ISO 222. A lot of people were expecting that. Maybe most people weren't expecting anything, like a nothing burger, as the saying goes. A case of buy the rumor, sell the news. That's a messaging system, as we know, right? But that hasn't been fully implemented, right? We got to give it time to be fully implemented by November 2025. And even by November 2025, just because it's fully implemented by that time, maybe not enough of it's being used. When we talk about that flip of the switch, it's like I was mentioning earlier on this analogy, you have a control panel the banks, they see it on the control panel. They don't press the button or they don't flip the switch for whatever reason. I would, if it's going to save my bank a lot of money, why wouldn't I do that? So my point is, all right, what's the next step by that point? Is it instead of implementation, like, okay, now this is all implemented. Now there's a mandate. Now, if there's a mandate, then that means that utilities basically being forced to be used. So in regards to FedNow, back to, where we're at now, right? Because that's the hot topic. So with FedNow, we have shown evidence to support, even though people say there's not XRP, not XLM. I at least showed what I feel as though is evidence to support that, right? Like, for instance, with Ripple was ACI and also Finostra, okay? Those are FedNow service providers. They're also partnered with Ripple. Now, I get it. Before you maybe, downplay what I'm saying, because I've seen other people say this, right? Ripple doesn't mention XRP. If you go look at my deep dives, I have the proof where it specifically mentions XRP. Okay. And then on the other ones that we talked about, we even have references to Danelle Dixon, what she was talking about in regards to, it's not necessarily XLM, but it's Stellar's USDC, or formerly known as Stellar's USDC. Now it's, Cars Circle partnership and so on. And I also showed more evidence to support this from the CoinDesk reference, literally them saying the exact same thing that I was mentioning, but presenting it in a different way. So what's the key problem here? The key problem is the same thing as ISO 222. And that basically is that you have about roughly over 30 different banks that have these options to use this, but haven't fully implemented it or are actually using it yet. I haven't heard any, like, hey, there's this particular one, they're going to do it and so on. And this was consistently mentioned, was it's going to take a few years. Think about this, guys, a few years before this is used. All right. Is it because they're waiting for ISO 222 to be fully implemented? And how about this? And I know I don't expect you to sit here every day and watch everything I say, Steve. And I have nothing but respect for you. Okay. But we have a researcher, Quant Papa, showed us some actual, or actually was, shout out to Rue Black. Maybe it wasn't Quant Papa. I apologize. Give credit where credit's due. It's Rue Black. Rue, if you're still watching, thank you again for the super chat. He showed us, Mr. The head honcho from Bank of International Settlements, right? Mr. Was it Cervantes, right? He was talking about the price limits, or not price limits. Literally the amount that, the banks are limited to, have, right? And that was a reference to, that literally showed, okay, now this makes sense why this is not also going to be fully utilized. And, BIS, the BIS, where you want to call it, their stance basically is that, like, they are the central bank as a central bank. So, I mean, Augustine does get to dictate, I hate to say that, how, let's face it, things go. And so we gave the examples literally yesterday in reference to that. Again, I mean, it's just so much to talk about, and I don't want to make this show 4 hours because it's almost approaching 3. But these are all legitimate questions. Says, what will turning silver bond do if no one uses it when it's turned on? Here's the thing. Are you referencing that to what? Are you referencing that to FedNow? Are you referencing that to just generally? Because smart contracts and onboarding 70 different projects, if you will, part of the ecosystem. Am I going, like I mentioned earlier, am I going to be led to believe that there's not going to be at least a handful of these projects that could be, one that stands out? And at the end of the day, it's all about supply and demand. We get that. And that's why I did reference the whole concept of, Cardano with Ajax, SingularityNet, that stand out AI platform. We've been covering Ajax since it was roughly 4 cents. And look how that turned out. I mean, my God, where are we at with Ajax? Some people say, well, that's that's apples and oranges. I don't think so. I think that's a great example. Let me pull up Ajax for a second. I remember talking about Ajax all the way back since last summer when we first started. Well, not, I should say first started the show, but hold on a second. Let me talk about Ajax for a second. Yeah, I remember covering this since it was like roughly 4 or 5 cents. We saw it go to multiple near all-time highs. Like, my God, guys, this was up as 59 cents last February, dropped down to last March to 55 cents. Still has some significant price action at 44 cents. Currently speaking, I mean, it's at 24 cents for the year. It's up 552%. And then all time, if you want to look at all time, it's down 56%. But on that year, it did some big things. I mean, some people made some pretty decent money off of this thing. I mean, one could basically say, you know what? Cardano. People reference this all the time. Cardano, be invested into Cardano because I'm not the only person that talks about this. People believe in Cardano. That's why I got into Cardano originally, because we are led to believe, based on the research, that this is going to be a premier platform that, basically speaking, is going to have a robust ecosystem of key projects on the ecosystem. You better believe Singularity Net Ajax was a premier project, a quality project on it. So that is the example I'm going to use. And that's just one. But you know what? What about Stellar? We're talking about Sorbonne. So again, 70 projects being onboarded. People get tired of the whole concept of this is the ETH killer. But guess what? All you need is, like I said, like 2, 3, 5 out of 70. I'm supposed to believe that we're not going to get at least a handful of those that won't do well. And everything that we've seen lately about, what was it? Rust, for instance, solving the problem with the memory bugs. You don't think that creates supply and demand for some of this stuff? I'm just saying. All right, let's go further down. And you are saying Busta Rhymes, Boomer F and Sooner. A buddy of mine was in Halloween Resurrection and killed Michael Myers. Really? He was actually at my house when he got the call that they were redoing the ending with Busta killing Michael. What the heck? That's pretty awesome. All right, let's go further down to the comments. Sorry if I skipped anybody. It's not on purpose. I got to double check this real quick. All right, the lady didn't have any more questions, so that's good. All right, good and bad. Anyway. All right. Corey Bebe, one of my favorite movies, Better Off Dead. All right. The Outsiders was your favorite back in the 80s. That was a good one. All right. Selma Flood, hey Max, when are you and 2Bit gonna sign the contract and do a crypto rap battle? I saw you guys mention that one time. I was watching a show. I don't know if he'll. Nothing against 2Bit, but has he ever had anybody as a guest on a show? I don't know. Maybe he's not comfortable with somebody else be on a show. I make her respect that. Some guys just kind of they have a comfort zone, and hey man, you're gonna mess up my flow. So, but shout out to 2Bit. I mean, I'm more than up for doing it. I mean, if there was going to be a real thing, I would I prep for the show with research and stuff. I would actually prep for that. No kidding. I know that sounds goofy as hell, but I would actually prep for that. Anyway, yeah, I love Weekend at Bernie's, man. I've probably seen Weekend at Bernie's like 300 times. My mom and I love that movie. The sequel sucked. You know what? There's certain movies that shouldn't have sequels. We'll kick it back into crypto, XCC, and everything. But there's certain movies that should not have sequels. Weekend at Bernie's 2 sucked. Hot Tub Time Machine, loved the first one. The sequel sucked. It was horrible. You get what I'm saying? All right. Money 6 Can't Buy Me Love took place in Arizona. Huh. Okay. All right. That's a good movie, Porky's, with Belushi and with some of the other guys are in that. It's a good movie. All right. Let's see here. You're good, Max. Oh, but yeah, about keeping you waiting. No problem. The Ghost. John Francis, Max. Is there Tombstone, Arizona? My great aunt lived there. Of course there is. Yeah, it's still there. I was disappointed when I first went there in the 90s. I'm all expecting like to go to this place with a dirt road and then it's all paved. It, you know what I mean? Say what you want. You just kind of, it ruins the feel. You know what I mean? So like here in the Phoenix area, we have a place called Rawhide, and they kept, of course, you know, the dirt roads, and they have reenactments. But the Birdcage, you know, theater is still there. If you go there in person, they literally, if you look up at the ceiling, it has bullet holes in the ceiling. You could go around the balcony, and it's really cool, man. It just you feel like you're like, oh my god, this is history right here. And then was it the there's some other places, you know, obviously the OK Corral, and they do reenactments, and there's some other places too. Boot Hill, you know, if you ever go there, visit Boot Hill. Here lies Lester Moore, 4 slugs for a 44, no less, no more. I mean, you don't see that anywhere. You know, you're not gonna go to your local cemetery or whatever, right, and see that anyway. Opinion on DIA. I don't know what that is. Unless that's Dematra. That's not Dematra, is it? On DIA. I don't know what DIA is, man. Here's something that's really weird, guys. Can I show you something? Have you guys saw this on crypto or on CMC real quick? Let's just talk about this real quick. All right. This is weird. This is really weird. Give me a second. So, shoot, this is not it. Hold on. There it is. Can you see this? I think you can. I'll zoom in more. Pay attention to the top left. I'm going to pull off the banner if you can see it. My bad. Do you see where it says cryptos? Remember how it said there was 26,000 cryptos a few days ago? And now there's 1.8 million plus cryptos? Like, really? Like, how am I supposed to keep up with that? You know? I got the Wild West of crypto. 1.8 million. Ain't nobody got time for that. I mean, 1.8 million for real? I don't know. Is that a bug? I mean, remember it used to say, you know, it was a big deal to go from 23,000 to 26,000, and now it says 1.8 million. I don't know. That's strange. All right, let me double check this to make sure. Okay, that lady never messaged me back again. We're good. All right. All right. Let me see here. Yeah, Uncle Buck was great, man. John Candy was a freaking. He still is, or was a legend. Is a legend. Was a legend. I don't know. Ronnie Dangerfield. Ronnie was my favorite. Ronnie Dangerfield, my favorite. One of my mom's favorites too. Loved him in Back to School. That was great. Yep, the first Naked Gun was amazing. Cool cat. We'll get into the XTC guys here in a bit. Just hold on a second. It was great. And since you degens love talking about stuff, you know, that part where you're Frank Drebin is up on that the roof, right? He's trying to like spy on some lady or whatever, and then he accidentally breaks off the concrete. You know what? And it was, might as well say it, right? You know, it's just like, and then so that whole scene happens, and then it cuts to where his captain of the police department was the lady, and she's just like, assault by a concrete dildo. I mean, that scene just hysterical. That was like one of the best. That's just like, oh god, the Naked Gun is one of the funniest movies ever. Not, I mean, the you know, the second and third one, they're okay, but that first one was great. All right. Yeah, you're welcome, LeGrand. No problem. Let's go further down. Some of you guys that may feel as though you didn't get your comment read, I'm so sorry, but you know, it's just we had a lot of comments. Red Dawn, yeah, the original, not the remake. Jay, hello. Is it true that 2 of HBAR government councils are working with FedNow? I have to look into that. I don't know if it's true or not true. Into the mouth of madness? I don't know. That's crazy. Huh. Squidward. Yeah. All right. What else we got up in here? Jay says the HBAR council members I'm referring to are FIS, and the other I think is called MTech or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I do bring a lot of research to you guys and so on, but I don't know everything. I never claimed to know everything either. But that is interesting. To me, Freddy versus Jason was like more like a feel-good comedy, if you will, like an action-packed horror comedy, unofficially speaking. I mean, it's not even scary. It's just fun to watch. I don't know. That's just my own take. Anyway. All right. Let's, yeah, there we go. Thank you again, Rue, brother Rue, 841. All right. Let me see what else I missed. Did I miss anything else? A whole bunch of fun yesterday, guys. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, check out our brother Rue Black over at Rue or at Black Rue. Here it is. Just type this in on either Twitter or YouTube, and it'll take you to his page. Yeah, there we go. I just typed that in for you guys. All right. Let's see here. That's exactly how I look at it. I look at it as like it's literally the Death Star 2, right? Not the first Death Star, but Death Star 2 for Stellar. Okay. Love the thumbnail, Max. DMX in the Professor X chair. Yeah, that's cool, huh? You like that? Like it's you know, I'm glad people caught on to that. You know, it's like X gonna give it to you. I mean, we're talking about the X's, are we not? We talked about Ripple's XRP. We talked about Stellar's XLM. Max, we're gonna get into XDC. Yeah, let's get into XDC. Let me double check the other screen, make sure I didn't miss anything. And I think we're good. Edward Vincent gifted a membership to Salamander, the XDC commander. Well, congratulations. You won actually something instead of nothing, right? You won something. So that's cool stuff. All right. DPG taggies. Oh god, this is a trap. I bet you anything this is a trap. Hold on a second. DPG taggies. Ugh. Man, I gotta turn up the AC in here. My dang leg is sticking to the darn leather of this chair and driving me nuts. All right, I'm good now. I gotta follow up with this lady later on. Pretty good day, actually. All right. Michael Keaton is a great actor. I agree. You know, how about this? Can we give him a shout out on Foxy Brown? He doesn't get enough credit for his role on Foxy Brown. Anyway. All right. LOL Max Squidward. LOL Squidward Max. What do you mean? Oh, Squidward. Oh, okay. Cody Core's in the house. All right. Let me get to some of your research. Hold on. We just chill in chat all damn night. Let it stay. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen too long. I mean, you know, I'm just trying to answer somebody. Flip that switch. It's not too late to flip it. Flip it. Good. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang. I wish we could play that too, but YouTube would have a hissy fit. Here's the thing, right? So, I don't know. Maybe in the future we do start doing more of I don't know, because we don't do shows on the weekends. Maybe I do finally experiment with a proper Twitter space. No guarantees, but I do want to expand my Twitter because let's face it, like there's things I could share on Twitter that I can't share on YouTube because of the copyright BS. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm talking about sounds. I mean, you can't see my face, obviously, on a Twitter space, but that's not the point. I don't know. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it won't. Yeah, you've been mentioning that, man. Lethal Weapon 5. All right. Let's I don't know where we're at on these comments now. I mean, let me see. There's a lot of comments. I mean, this is good stuff. I mean, I saw earlier, like, I was doing the whole XLM segment or something like that, and it was like over 200 comments. It's like, my God, this is good problems. Yeah, I love Weekend at Bernie's. Absolutely. All right. Little known fact, the actor who is, hold on, Weekend at Bernie's actor. Yeah, Terry Kaiser. Little known fact. I mean, he's still alive. He's 83 years old. If you ever watched Three's Company, he was a special guest he played two different characters on Three's Company as a guest. I always thought that was kind of cool. One that he played was like a mafia boss, and the other one was like a jealous boyfriend. It was hilarious. Yeah, I'm like the ultimate Three's Company fan. Out all the seasons, and I also own the spinoffs the Ropers, and which was only like 2 seasons, and also Three's a Crowd, which is 1 full season. Anyway. All right, enough about all this. Let's kick it into Marshall, Will, and Holly, a routine expedition. Let's kick it into the XDC segment, and this will be, I believe, the final segment of the night. I decided not to get my Chinese food because they closed 9 minutes ago. That's okay. I get Chinese tomorrow because I won't be here with you guys on the weekend. But yeah, let's get into all this. So I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, to be able to tie in some QNT to XLM. We talked about Sorbonne. You guys, I think for the most part, see the light when it comes to Sorbonne. Some of you guys don't. I don't mean no disrespect, and that's okay. I mean, some of you guys don't see the light when it comes to QNT. It's all right. At the end of the day, it's not financial advice. I'm not trying to have you buy anything, right? I just present what I have, and I just go from there. All right. So yes, let's talk about XDC for just a brief moment. And we're going to refresh this page real quick, and we're going to start the outline. All right, so let's get into this. I'm going to put some branding back on. Oops, sorry about that. And here we go. All right. Smash that like for some XDC Zinfin Network. All right. Starting things off from CMC. Some key things to highlight here. And I know I'm out of the frame, but I want to put some emphasis on here. So on the top 100, we do see that XDC is up 9.50% on the 24-hour chart. Now, last night, this was up like 25%. On the 7-day chart, this up 36%. Honorable mention is also, of course, to Casper, which is something we consistently cover here at CTN and is tagged. All right, so what's going on with all this, basically, you may be asking. It's a great question. We all want updates on stuff. I mean, you can, nerd it out yourself if you're the type of guy that does research or want to be a sideline reporter, if you will. I was supposed to read some tags. All right, hold on a second. My bad. It's not like you're going to go anywhere. Let me finish this, and I promise I'll get into those tags. All right. XDC real quick. Check this out. Here's some of the recent stuff of what's going on with XDC. So this was actually reported from them, literally, right? And this guy, of course, retweeted, but he says the day has finally arrived. We are all set up to represent the XDC network at the Blockchain Oracle Summit during ETHCC Paris week in Paris. Looking forward to insightful discussions about innovative partnerships and integrations. Let's shape the future of blockchain together. Come meet us. So cool stuff. This was posted on the 21st. I'll try to blow this up a little bit more for you guys. Show some of this stuff, right? And let's go to the next page. I don't know. I think it's pretty neat. You want to see your favorite cryptocurrency project like at conferences. I mean, we always show the ones about Jasmine and so on. This is XDC, right? So as I got further into this, I want to show you this next part. And here's something that we talked about quite a bit. And it is in regards to the electronics trade documents bill. Like I've done probably a couple of deep dives on this. All right. So it says from this guy, XDC Ritesh, this is a digital revolution in the global trade space, and XDC Network is fully committed to being part of this revolutionary journey using blockchain tech. From 3:45 p.m., at least their local time, right? Members consider House of Commons changes to the electronic trades documents bill. Now, you got to keep in mind with the time difference and so on. Look at what's, this was posted 4:32 p.m. But the key thing is, I honestly think that maybe with the signing and all this stuff, maybe that's why you did see a pump for XDC. And let's also face it, right? We were talking about FedNow. I'm not saying that XDC is tied into FedNow, but what I am stating is last time around when we had the other big, date, which was ISO 222 in March, we were all thinking XRP, XLM, those are the ones that are going to be sent on this, buy the rumors, sell the news date, but it didn't happen. The one that did pretty decent, which was, I think, over 45%, maybe we touched 50%, maybe for like an hour, right? It was XDC. So I'm going to jump a little bit more into this, and I want to show you a key finding on some of these things, right? And I will tie another thing in again, all right? And maybe you guys will appreciate this. So when it comes to the segment earlier, we tied in QNT, obviously, with Stellar's XLM. Now we're going to tie in, for instance, XDC not necessarily XDC with Jasmy, but a key player that obviously matters, who is partnered up with Jasmy, and it has a key thing going on with XDC. I think you know where I'm going with this. XDC Network is thrilled to announce that we are a gold sponsor of WebEx Asia. If you wonder who they are Asia's largest crypto conference produced by CoinPost Global. 24,000 followers, not bad. They're going to have this whole thing that's happening between July 25th through 26th. They're organized by CoinPost. They're Japan's largest crypto news outlet. 170,000 in that outlet. That's big. This is a premier event that's in Japan. So, this is XDC. Yeah, your Jasmy holder, smash the like for both, right? After the strategic partnership with SBI VC Official, this sponsorship will further enhance our presence in the Japanese market. Hear this again. This is an update from the last time that we talked about this whole thing in Japan. So if you remember the deep dive video and you haven't seen it, I think it's a big deal. In the title, it says specifically Jasmy QNT XDC. This is technically, you can call it like a follow-up to that video. All right. So it says, we are delighted to share the spotlight with our partners, the SBI Group, who are also sponsors of WebEx and will have a booth at the event and offer a special discount code that entitles you to a fantastic 20% off of the WebEx tickets. All right. So obviously most of us are not going to be able to attend this, right? But what I do like that's mentioned is they're going to explore these opportunities. They have edge innovations, discovering obviously cutting edge innovations. You can engage with some of the industry leaders. All right. So that's where it's at. Who are some of the industry leaders and who are some of the industry decision makers? Do you see where I'm going with this? I think you do. So here's this, just real quick. XDC Network at WebEx, Asia's leading Web3 conference, 25 through 26, Tokyo, Japan. Cool stuff. And as we get more into this, I'm going to show you guys this. And this is referenced from Houston. And I do believe I referenced him before. He's a Jasmy Underground Research Department. I like that. That's pretty cool. All right. So a lot of you guys, for instance, have followed him. I probably got to give him a follow back. Anyway, look at this. A little deep dive into this article. And this, of course, was posted on June 7th. Right. And I've already done a thing about it. But I want to pound it home that much more. This is good stuff. This is not something that I reiterated on this exact article or thread in regards to Genki Oda, but it's worth pointing out again. Who is Genki Oda? Maybe you get tired of me talking about Genki Oda, right? But it's basically just that. SBI Japan. He's part of the JVCEA, formerly what known as the FSA, Japanese version of the SEC. There's BitPoint, right? BitPoint's a big partner. They got a lot going on with Jasmy. But the key thing is he's like part of three main things. JVCEA, decision maker. Okay. SBI Japan, like literally one of the top chairmen of the SBI Japan. And of course, part of BitPoint. He helped get literally blanketed BitPoint BTC ATMs, if you will, all over the Tokyo area and other parts of Japan. That was big, right? So understand that connection, okay? You could say like he's the connect, if you will. According to the Nihon Kaizai Shimbun, what a name, right? The Japan Crypto Asset Exchange Association, JVCA, decided on the 6th to appoint Genki Oda as its new chairman. Now, of course, this was reported on June 7th, so June 6th, right? So about a month and a half ago. Like it says, who is Genki Oda? JVCEA vice chairman. I already explained some of this to you guys, right? He's also, of course, CEO of cryptocurrency exchange BitPoint Japan. I mean, this guy is so well connected. I have to keep pounding it at home. Jasmine was listed for the first time in Japan on the Japanese crypto exchange BitPoint on the 27th of October 2021. There are many genius researchers in our community. Do your own research, right? On February, for instance, SBI Holdings, we did a report on this as well, made BitPoint Japan Limited a wholly owned subsidiary by acquiring 49% shares of BitPoint. Wow. All right. And of course, BitPoint owns quite a bit of Jasmine, apparently, too. The Japanese business environment is a little different from the rest of the world. Great point. They work as a team. You will always find alliances between companies to achieve one goal: Japan first. Yeah. If you still want more proof that they put their citizens first, unlike us here in the United States, which is sad, their version of the SEC, which is the JVCEA, right? Yeah, they made their citizens whole again, right? FTX Japan, they insisted they made their citizens whole again, right? Too bad we don't have something like solid like that here. But it says the Japanese business environment is a little different, right? Yeah, Japan first. And look, I'm going to blow this up. Let me go back. JVCEA proposes issues and improvement measures for crypto asset IEO and leverage trading at LDP Web3 PT. And of course, there's a picture of Genki Oda. I think it's a big deal, personally. I really think it's a big deal. And of course, we already nerded it out before with this whole thing of our Bitcoin news. I'll just show you this for just a brief bit. Here's that reference, just in case people think it just comes from Twitter and that's it. Gives you this whole thing from this background of Genki Oda. I think I got into most of this a while back, but I think there might have been one key area that I'll bring to your attention real quick. Oh, this is good. This is where Mr. Elon Musk might want to pay attention, even if he's busy or dozing off, because he loves doing leverage. They have a leverage revision. So some of you guys do leverage, right? Just hear me out on this. So over in Japan, regulations on leverage trading have been tightened as a measure against risk cryptocurrency trading in Japan. Originally, leverage trading against crypto assets was possible up to 25 times, just like FX. I mean, you guys, was it MEXC? You could do like crazy stuff. I mean, obviously, Crypto Mike does some of that stuff. However, the Amended Payment Services Act and the Amended Financial Instruments, Exchange Act, which came into force in 2020, significantly lowered the upper limit, limiting it to a maximum of 2 times. This change triggered a sharp drop in cryptocurrency trading volumes. All right, so bottom line is this, right? So if you use KuCoin, right, I think the highest you can do is a 20x. If people are ever wondering why that is, boom, there's an example of that. Now, of course, this is Japan, and we know that KuCoin, I believe, is Singapore, or if it's not Singapore, it's South Korea, but one or the other, I can't remember. Pretty sure it's Singapore. But the point is, different type of policies over there and so on. But I don't know. Thought I'd bring that to you guys. What was the last part? Yeah, here we go. In order to revise the leverage, the company plans to plan appropriate measures in cooperation with JCBA's Financial Committee, the Liberal Democratic Party's Web3 project team, and the Financial Services Agency. And basically, that's it. That gives you like the whole little spiel of what's going on with that. I think that's just about it. And if anything, I will show you guys the last, I don't know, I guess you could say like a highlight. But for the most part, that is it. That is a show for the most part. Let me see what's left in the comments. Man Lost was the best. Watch it as an adult. Okay. Fight Club. Yeah, you guys mentioned some great ones. Three's Company. My thing is, when it comes to Three's Company, it's just like I could be in the worst mood, depressed, whatever, and I could turn on Three's Company, and that show will make me happy. I don't know a lot of shows can say that. Yeah, freaking Larry from Three's Company, Larry Dallas, right? Ket was Richard Klein's character. He was a funny character on that show. All right. First rule of Fight Club. Yeah, I remember all this stuff. All right. What's this one? Hold on. This is a good one from Selma Foot. What movie was that about the lawyer? I think Joe Pesci. Oh, that's My Cousin Vinny. That's a great movie too. The judge was the actor who played Herman Munster. Yep. You always get pissed off about, what did you say? The two Utes? What's a Ute? Anyway. You guys have seen some great films. I can see that. XTC moving. Yeah. Man on Fire. Good movie. These are all good movies. Training Day. Man, Training Day was good. There's certain movies that, in my opinion, could easily do like a great TV series. Hear me out on this. I thought Training Day was so well done, like that. I just said to myself, man, I wish they would have done like a Training Day TV series. Like you could do so many different character. What I love about TV series is character development. Like you can get attached to the characters and so on. Anyway, we could talk about this stuff all day long, but I thought there was something else I was going to mention, but I forgot what I was going to say with that. Anyway, let's focus. I think that's about it, guys. Boomer Nice is addictive. Very cool show. Quantum Leap was a good show. Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching that from beginning to end just for the hell of it. That was just a really, really fun show. I'm just trying to see if there's like any specific comments I might have missed. Oh, I know what it was that I missed. Remember, I forgot. I promised Mr. Elon Musk I get into his tags, but I still think it's a trap. I'm going to state that I think this is a trap. All right. So if you guys are wanting just the crypto stuff, you're on there. Well, is this guy going to talk more about any more of the crypto stuff? No, not really. Because we already covered Jasmine, XRP, XLM, XDC, right? Hold on a second. Let me see what else. Did I leave anything else off? I don't think so. I shared you guys some of that Molt money. Molt money, new money. There's a guy I wouldn't mind having on the show. I don't know if he does live shows, but I think he's a good guy. I wouldn't mind having him on. All right. All right. Max Tgif. All right. Let's see what it is. Oh boy. Is this a hot dog? Oh my God. This is a hot dog. My God, it's a Coney Island. I'm kidding you guys. It's not that. All right. That's horrible. All right. It's not a hot dog. It's a tag. He wants me to share it. My bad. Sorry, Mike. I should have shared this earlier, but so sorry about that. Elo 3's company. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. All right. So no Coney Islands. No foot long Coney Islands for you guys. But this is from Crypto Mike. This will be Rue Black is in the house. Brittany. Yeah. This, the brother Rue is in the house. Coney Islands. What in the heck? What the blood clot, right? Anyway. All right. So here we go. Crypto Mike. I guess I'll go ahead and retweet this. What do we got here? All right. 78 billion. Because if it's a number with a number with 9 nines behind it, just remember that's a billion. And you wonder, how do you memorize that, Max? It's because the way I look at my Shiba Inu. When I used to always do that with my Shiba Inu. Anyway, whatever. All right, so 78 billion exists U.S. banking system in 1 week as J.P. Morgan CEO issues alert on deposit flight, the daily hodl. He tags me. Okay. I still think this might be a trap. Like, am I going to click on this and the Coney Island is going to appear on my screen? All right. Dailyhodl.com. Okay. So let's get to this. All right. And of course, I can't really summarize this up because this is the first time I saw it. So, if a person just connected, this guy just reached verbatim. I cannot stand this guy, this Filipino ice cube looking mofo with his freaking P on his hat. It must mean Philippines or something like that. He's trying to turn the Philippines into Compton. No, I'm not. This is literally the Portland Diamond Project. You can look into it yourself. It's a real thing to bring Major League Baseball to my hometown of Portland, Oregon. I wasn't trying to turn Portland into, the Compton or anything like that. Although North Portland, like, you better be careful. You don't want to go to North Portland too much or Northeast Portland. Anyway, whatever. So let's get into this for a second. U.S. banks are witnessing a big increase in deposit flight from the customers, according to newly updated stats compiled by the Federal Reserve. 78 billion exited American bank accounts from July 5th through the 12th. Why do they call it the FRED system? Oh, Federal Reserve Economic Data. FRED. Jeez. Okay. Well, I guess that's the bedrock we're looking for. Max referenced Flintstones. That was like one of my favorite cartoons when I was a kid. All right. So the deposit exodus follows a 2-week period of relative stability in the system as big banks invest significant levels of cash to third-party intermediaries to bring in new deposits. Banks are feeling the pressure to compete with higher-yielding money market accounts. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon just issued a warning. Oh, no, not him. To shareholders on the banking sector's need to keep up with demands for higher rates and avoid further deposit flight. All right, he states, there is very little pricing power in most of our business, and it beats are going to go up. All right, where are we going with this? Autonomous research. Where's the juicy stuff on this? Hold on. Okay. I thought there was a lot more to get into. All right, because I'm looking on the right side of my screen, on the little scroll bar thing. I'm like, oh my God, what is this? Like a real big deep dive? All right, so hold on a second. All right, autonomous research analyst Brian Foran says Diamond's alert represents a definite curb your enthusiasm moment. I watched that show. That's the only show I watch right now, and I haven't watched it in a week, but I'm on the 8th season. Anyway, I love that show. That show's hilarious. All right. Don't like the blasphemy that they have once in a while. Like that one episode about, like, Jesus and the accident. I don't like anything that has to do with blasphemy. I'm just throwing that out there. But anyway. Oh, yeah, Max, but you're okay with hot dogs on the screen, Coney Islands on the screen. All right. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm not a perfect Christian. I'm a sinner. Whatever. All right. For banks, after an industry-wide surge in second quarter profits, U.S. banks are also bracing for fallout in the commercial real estate sector, fueled by the emergence of remote and hybrid work environments. A report from S&P Global Market Intelligence found 576 American banks are overexposed to commercial real estate loans based on regulatory guidelines, which represents an increase of 30%. All right, here's my takeaway. Do you see where we're going with this? So if the banks are still in trouble, and they will continue to be in trouble, this is a perfect case of the house of cards, which one falls. And basically speaking, this is my own take. You could take it any way you want. If they have all these loans and so on, and they can't pay it back, does this create more of that supply and demand for what? It creates more of that supply and demand for, like, the whole concept of Ripple's, XRP with, on-demand liquidity. Does it not? I think it does. I think that's maybe why Mr. Elon Musk, Crypto Mike, referenced some of this. Filipino. Oh, geez. I don't know if you guys know about, it's a kind of a bad word, but in Tagalog, there's a term, and I'm not trying to make anything bad, right? Like you could call somebody a blankety blank inamo. All right. If you're Filipino, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. So inamo. Right. So my best friend, Mike Wool, right? He goes to this place. It's called Jollibee, which is like, the Filipino version of Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, basically. You know what I mean? Like, if you're out in LA, go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. I mean, let's face it, Brother Roo, you're going to probably see a lot of brothers up in the place, right? So if you go to freaking Jollibee's, you're going to see like Filipinos like crazy. It's just going to be like, where am I in the Philippines? I'm in little Manila or something. I'm just throwing that out there. That's not racist, right? I'm literally, part Filipino. So yeah, that's Jollibee's, right? So he goes in there, and I guess next to Jollibee's is like a Filipino, I don't know, like a convenience store or something like that. And he sees a shirt, and maybe I'll wear it sometime. But here's the problem: like, you guys can't really see my shirts sometimes because the camera doesn't get it. But he bought me a nice shirt. It's all black, and it's got a great big Wu-Tang, yellow Wu-Tang W on it, and it's even got like the sun on the top, to make it kind of like Filipino style, for the Filipino flag. Anyway, and instead of saying Inamo, it says with Wu-Tang Inamo. It's a made-up word. It's funny. Anyway, all right. Well, guys, it's been one heck of a show. 3 hours and 20 minutes. I do. Roscoe's the bomb. Brew, how about this, man? Can we make this as a plan? I said that, you and I got to get together sometime for some lunch or din or something like that. Obviously, when it's not 118 freaking degrees outside. But when we celebrate in the future this utility run, and we're like, you know what, man, we believed in this stuff. We made it. All right. I'm just going to give you an invitation. I'm going to obviously go out, some of the guys that won the Super Bowl, they're like, what are you going to do? Like, you were the MVP. You got this bonus money. What are you going to do? And the quarterback's like, I'm going to Disneyland. Well, I am going to go to Disneyland. I love Disneyland. All right. And so when I go to Disneyland, I obviously go to certain restaurants, right? Like, I'll hit up, Chinatown, other places and so on. There is one place in LA, not Roscoe's. I wouldn't mind going to Roscoe's on at least one of the days. Hold on. I'll tell you the name of I forgot the name of the exact place. I always have to Google it again. Hold on. Oh, I got it right here. Got it right here. Hold on a second. I don't think that's the name of the place. I forgot the name of the place. I think it's called Honey's. Yeah, I think it's not called Honey's. Anyway, it's like this kettle fried chicken. That's not the name of the place. That bugs me now. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull it up. Anyway, it's a lot like, maybe it is called Honey's Kettle Fried Chicken. I think it is. Hold on a second. I could have sworn that wasn't called what it is. I'll share this with you guys on the screen real quick. This place, like, I saw some videos on it. Oh, I guess it is called Honey's Kettle Fried Chicken. Let me see if I could pull up a little video on this real quick. Because, the show's over. If you're staying here just because you just like to chill with me for a bit. I want to show you guys something. Let me just double check this lady didn't message me again. All right. Oh, we got another person? 9:20. I missed that. Oh, okay. All right. Just somebody browsing. All right. So anyway, what was it? Yeah, I'm gonna pull this up. My bad. Let me see. Before we pull this up, I want to share something with you guys. This is cool. It's this right here. And it's from our show. All right. Come on, man. Well, I'll pull up the one from Twitter. I agree with Edward. Like, you want to know something? Dang it. Look at that darn thumbnail. Huh? Look at that thumbnail. Let me blow it up more. Oh, let me turn off some banners. Because, let's face it, got to put some emphasis on that. Yeah, look at that. That is not too shabby. Friday surprise with Max. I got the beret going on. I mean, say what you want, man. Like maybe I should get into some like, hire embroidery person, or like instead of me always wearing this hat like I always do. But then again, I would have to get rid of the headphones to make it happen. But anyway, maybe I get like, an actual beret and get them embroidered like the Quant logo into it or something. Come on, man. X gonna give it to you. He's literally on, what is that thing called again? I don't know. Seems like it's a ride sled or something. And then I don't know. I was trying to be creative, man. I think it's a great thumbnail, personally. All right. Absolutely. I agree with Edward Vincent. That might be one of my best ones I ever made. I've made some other ones that are pretty freaking cool, but I don't know. That one might take the cake. I don't know. There's some other ones I'm kind of proud about. What is this? Thumbnail talk now with Max. Well, kind of. Let's check out this one. You got to admit, some of these other ones are pretty good. This could be huge. I don't know. I got to admit, like, sometimes Larry makes good thumbnails. Sometimes it's like, meh. What else we got up in here? Hold on a second. Oh, man. There's some popular ones that I've had. Excuse me. There's some thumbnails that weren't popular videos, though. Let me show you an example of that. That Jasmine one right there with the whale, that's not bad. Hold on. There is one I wanted to point out. That QNT $1 million coin, I could have done better. Like, see how it doesn't pop out with the QNT? I should have picked a different one. But, I mean, it got 3,300 views. This one ain't bad, right? On the far right. I don't know if you see this one real quick. This one's cool. It literally looks like I work at like the news station. Anyway, burns and tokens. I'm wearing a firefighter thing. I mean, come on, man. Not too shabby, right? There's another one from the past. I think it is the one with like the longshoreman thing. I don't know. Where the heck is this? You guys are more than welcome to go. If you got to go, I understand. I don't want anybody to feel like they can't go. It's it's weird. Like, can I state this real quick? Like when I teach school, right? It's sometimes I kind of get myself in trouble. Like the kids are just like, I lose track of the time, and then the kids are just looking at me, and I'm like, why are you guys all looking at me? They're like, Mr. Stanley, you have to dismiss us, or we can't just go. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, kids. Like, by all means, go to your next class. It's funny. Anyway, hold on. There's a couple more. I mean, come on, this one's good. All right, Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise. Hopefully you see this one. Tom Cruise is like, I want the FUD. You can't handle the FUD. That was the whole thing about like after the Binance innovation thing. Jasmine Internet of Things. We had this featured by a local Fox, a couple different Fox. Let's just say local. Like one's in Cleveland, and there's like another one. I forgot the name of the outlet, but they have a whole article, and then at the bottom, they have this video, Jasmine Internet of Things, highlighted and referenced. And I thought that was like the coolest thing. I was like, oh my god, thanks. Anyway, I don't know. How about this? If I had to pick one that's just based off of graphics alone, I think this one, Jasmine Asus, even though that one only got like 1,800 views, that one, I was very proud about that one. To me, that looked like really good graphics, Anyway. Maybe that's just about it. Where's that one with the longshoreman thing? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that up. I will do a filter. Why am I tuned into this, Max? I don't care about this. Well, the show is basically over, but guys, I'm just being honest. QNT. I'm going to show you that longshoreman thing, whether you like it or not. All right, hold on. Where is that one? The longshoreman. Edward Vincent said this was a good thumbnail. This is when you know that you're proud about your damn thumbnails, right? Where the heck is this? I still think that one's pretty good. Hyper Overledger. Get what I'm saying? There's no such thing as a Hyper Overledger, but Hyperledger Fabric, then Overledger. Hyper Overledger, Anyway. hopefully people catch some of these things that they these little subliminal messages. If you're a newcomer or you're a long-time regular of the show, know that I do put in subliminal messages. I do it on purpose. I try to see who's paying attention. All right. This other one, I'm working at a gas station. QNT addressing ERC20 gas fee misinformation. Oh, QNT is just a, quant is just a ERC20 token, and that's all it is. Oh my God. Some people state that. Not saying you guys here. Well, maybe a few guys here, and it's okay. I respect you, but anyway. How this one? Extremely bullish QNT. Come on, I'm diving into a pool. There's a bull at the bottom of the pool. Deep dot, Anyway. Come on, Creativity. Let me see if this lady responded. No, she just was like, "Oh, I'm just browsing." That's right. All right. I mean, you could tell that where I've improved with my thumbnails, like this one, QNT listing today. I mean, look at me. Like what the heck? Like that might get me a Coney Island right there. That's bad. I must have skipped over it, man. I was so proud about that thumbnail too, but I clearly don't know where it's at. I don't know. Let me see. Maybe supply. There it is. I found it. There we go. This is the one right here. Edward Vincent said this was a really good one. Global supply chain management market size expected to reach 60 billion by 2030. I literally look like a freaking longshoreman. Now, I want to state this, Edward. If you know what I'm talking about, I got to take this and I might put it on for what? You know what I mean? Does that not make sense? Right? I might have to re-edit some of that stuff and, make that my own little ad or whatever. All right. Cool stuff, guys. All right. Glad to do the show with you guys. I'm going to read the last 15 comments. I think it is something like that. And then we're going to wrap it up for sure. It did become WrestleMania. Shout out to Stardog, who loves WrestleMania, apparently. Faux show in Roscoe's. Yeah. I mean, if anything, if we don't hit up the honey kettle fried chicken place, I mean, that place, I forgot that's what I was going to share with you guys, huh? You keep saying it's a show, Max, but what the heck? I think I'm going to look this up on YouTube real quick, and hopefully he doesn't get us in trouble. But Honey Kettle Fried Chicken, LA. Aha, that's the name of the place. Honey Kettle Fried Chicken. Yeah, man. Hold on a second. This is just. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. So let me see this real quick. Yeah, this is not bad. Yeah, this is pretty cool. We're always learning new stuff, right? You're going to get a little spiel about fried chicken, okay? I already ate fried chicken earlier, Max. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, you got time for fried chicken right now, right? If I'm making you hungry, I might have to go to Lolo's Chicken and Waffles, Rue. I might have to just take a special trip all the way down to South Phoenix to get myself some Lolo's Chicken and Waffles, man. Anyway, you guys ever see Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood? I forgot the name of the place, but what is it, like something like Keyshawn's Chicken and Oil Change? Who gets like fried chicken and oil change? Yeah, let me get a 20-piece bucket, mashed potatoes and gravy, and with some 40 weight to go. Like what? 40 weight? Anyway, all right, here we go. Let me share this for just a brief moment. Yeah, this is funny. This is good stuff. All right. How Honey Kettle in LA reinvents fried chicken. This is like almost documentary style stuff. This is really cool. Bro, this is the place that I invite you to go to, all right? At least one day. If you go out with me over there, and then if we go to Roscoe's like another day, that's fine too. But anyway, we're going to at least go to Honey Kettle in LA, all right? Here we go.
I didn't invent fried chicken. the thing I did was perfected it. Our chicken is made through a process, we call it the reinvention of kettle fried chicken. A kettle is a deep vat of oil. We're talking like 50 pounds of oil. We use 100% peanut oil. It's the highest grade of oil you can use. When we drop our wet chicken, it goes to the bottom. So what it's doing is locking a crust, a crispy, crackling crust. And that crust is gonna lock in all the natural flavor of the chicken, the marinade, and it's going to cause the chicken to basically pulverize inside of it because of the heat. I didn't invent fried chicken.
Like he said, he didn't invent fried chicken, but my God, I mean, he like, oh my gosh, like improved on a great thing, man. Like, you know, I know a lot of you guys don't like California and stuff, but I mean, it's good to visit, right? Some places to visit. I'm gonna go to freaking Honey Kettle Fried Chicken, man. I'm telling you flat out, it's gonna be good. All right, thanks, Max. Cheers, y'all. RIP DMX. Thank you, Brittany, as well as Edward. Rue Black says, I'm down, bro. Whatever the restaurant is would be a nice celebration. Yeah, man, totally. I said we make it happen for real. I'm not just BSing about that. You know, I mean, if we we more than believe in this stuff, do we not? You know. All right, the Quant Beret. Yeah, so the Green Berets, the Quant Berets. You like the thumbnail? Thanks, Brittany. If you're still here, boom, Brittany, boom. All right, thank you. What else we got up in here? Edward Vincent, simple, effective, catchy, relatable, pop culture reference, looks super clean, means business, thumbnails. Oh, thanks. The Professor X sled, I love it, bro. Oh, yeah, that's right. Created for sure, art talk now, fried chicken talk now. Max gonna give it to you. Forget trying to get the fried chicken on your own. Max gonna deliver it to you. Knock, knock on who it be. The utility run is gonna happen after the end of 2023, right? Yeah. All right. XDC's pumping now with DMX. Yeah, that'd be cool. X gonna give it to you. I mean, there's so much DMX a person could listen to, not just obviously the mainstream stuff, but say what you want. The Damien part 1, 2, and 3. Those are some great stories, you know? All right. Did the bell ring already? Yes, the bell rang a long time ago. All right. Rue Black. I wish I had run into DMX down here before he died. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, he had that concert. I remember that. Yeah. Can you imagine DMX playing Professor X? That's interesting. Yeah. X-Men time to ride or die, baby. Oh, that'd be crazy. You know who would actually make that happen if he was still alive and somebody actually legitimately brought up the concept? I think Ryan Reynolds would be open to it, but you know, DMX passed away, unfortunately. All right, let's see here. I wish I could pull that up. Maybe I still can. Hold on. Edward Vincent. Oh, there's a super chat there. All right, well, hold on a second, Edward. I gotta respect the super chat. I thought you guys, Max, I thought you said the show's gonna end. This is true WrestleMania. Well, it's now WrestleMania 3. Okay, literally Hulk Hogan is going to body slam Andre the Giant when I'm like 4 or 5 years old, or 5, however it was, and I'm gonna be like the most excited person of all time. You know, little known fact that really messed up. Like I guess Hulk Hogan's, like, it stretched out his muscles and then like it tore a bunch of stuff. I don't know if it tore ligaments. I don't know. There's an interview recently he talked about that. All right, let me see if I can pull this up from the one and only Edward Vincent. Oh, okay. How about the supply chain thing? Oh, all right. I'll pull that up in just a sec. I gotta get that super chat. Hold on a second. Brilliant. Didn't even think about that. Oh, wow. XTC, go look. Oh, okay. Thank you for the $2 super chat from the one and only Elon Muff. Now he says that XDC. Okay, so you're referring to XDC and not Coney Island. Talk now. My God, right? I just want to state this, right? Brother Wu knows. If you're a content creator who's watching this show as we speak, I just want to point this out, all right? This is an official disclaimer. There's this guy. His name is Elon Muff, a.k.a. Michael Cornwell. Remember why I told you this. This is a fair warning. You do not want to get on the bad side of this guy, okay? I guess you could say he's more of a milder version of like Ponzi Slayer, right? If you know who Ponzi Slayer is, that's another guy you don't want to get on the bad side of, right? Bottom line is you don't want to be the poster child for, welcome to Coney Island. Okay? Do you not? No. You don't want to be on a Coney Island foot long. No. You just don't want that to happen. Okay? All right. We're just going to leave it at that. All right. All right. So with that said, I'm going to look up the chart for XDC. And holy guacamole. Holy cow patties, Batman. All right, let's pull up this XDC KuCoin chart. My God. What is going on with this? My goodness. I think it's because of the signing of the Electronic Trade Documents Bill. All right. Let's get into it for a second. Every time I try to leave this guy's show, right when I'm about to leave, something juicy happens. And I can't leave. I just can't. I hear where you're coming from. All right, hold on. Hold on a second. Let me see. Somebody messaged me on this thing. Okay, never mind. All right. Am I on the right thing? Yeah, I'm on the right thing. All right. My bad. Okay, this is not the right thing. This is BTC. I'm so sorry. All right, I was looking at a different screen. I was trying to answer this lady back. Not what you think. All right, so XDC, you know me. XDC paired with USDT. The Liechtenstein exchange. I know that's not it. Oh my gosh, look at that God candle. All right, so let's look at the man. Hold on. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at that. Is that not juicy? Is that not incredible? Yeah. That's not bad. But can you imagine a utility run God candle, if you will? Are we going to see something fluctuate before our very eyes? I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to go to the 1 minute. Let me see if I can. Let's do 30 minute. 15 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Let's see. It's kind of broke off a little bit. And that 3 minute looked pretty damn good. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, let's keep it in the 1 hour. That's pretty cool. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. XDC, baby. Yeah, that's right. All right. Fun fact, trying is my favorite cooking method. Fried chicken is my forte. And god dang, XDC. Fried chicken is my forte, like rapping forte. Anyway. Texans fry everything. Huh. Have you been to Texas, Brittany? I don't even know if you're in Texas. All right. I've been to Texas twice, in 2007 and 2008. I went to Dallas 2 years in a row. I also been in San Antonio for a day. San Antonio is pretty nice. I've had to pick like one. I've been I should say I've been to Houston. I flew over Houston. You want to know, if you guys never been to Phoenix, if you want to pick a city that literally looks just like the same as another city, you fly over Phoenix and you fly over Houston, it's like you're flying over the same city, except for the other one's got like kind of close to the Gulf. That's the only difference. Really, I'm not even playing. It literally looks like the same city. Magneto, where my dog's at? I mean, XTC, we need minimum. I'm gonna go with 10. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go with 10,000. I think that's the general consensus. I'm not the only content creator who basically states that. XTC gonna give it to you. Forget trying to find it on your own. Wow, XTC. Yeah, isn't that crazy? We're gonna show what Edward Vinston showed me earlier. Hit the breaking news segue. Oh, I messed that up, didn't I? All right, well, sorry about that. Yep, hit 5 cents. Salamander, he probably went to bed already, but he is more than happy right now. You know, I mean, think about when he probably got into XTC originally. Like probably like what, right below 2 cents. So what's that, like a 2.5x? I mean, it's not bad, you know. It's not the greatest, but it's not bad. I mean, who's complaining about it? I mean, you know, it's still very, very cheap. Bring in the FOMO. Yep, and FOMO will happen. Hello, guten Tag. This is what I basically think about the Liechtenstein exchange. No, I'm kidding. We talk about LCX a lot, and you know, it's a great project. The tokenization of, you know, digital and real world assets. You know, they have some key partnerships, obviously, with Quant. You know, if I've ever believed in, you know, the concept of Binance, I am more bullish on LCX long term. I think LCX is a better opportunity personally, because based off of market cap and so on. You know, we've done more than enough deep dives and showed you guys some key things. I think the last video we done on LCX, Liechtenstein Exchange, let me see how long ago that was. Yeah, they came out with a new token. Or I'll show you this real quick. Just real quick. I know you guys want to look at that God candle thing. See right here, the new gang token. If you want to learn more about that, it's called Gauss. All right, you can look more into it. All right, let's share that again. Let's go back here. But welcome to Jai Sion. Consider changing your avatar so it speaks more about who you are and what you're about. And also welcome to Iki or Ike. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. I think it's Ike. My bad. I think about Salamander just came up like 20 grand. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Yeah, he's probably like, you know, kind of like, you know, Boomer F and Sooner, like what he says to you, Mike, you know, like, Mike Cornwell, you're my hero. Maybe he's like, you know, I don't know. Max, you're my hero. Not really. I'm not trying to be anybody's hero. Finally get some freaking data outside 2-3 cent range. Yeah. Yeah, I just showed, yep, 1 hour. Yep, looks really good. It's going down, WTF. People are, you know, seeing that. I mean, how about this? There's still trading bots, right? Anyway. Oh, it's going again. It's going up again? Or is it reset? Hold on. Let me see. Oh my God, look at that. Just before our very eyes, guys. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. It just created a whole new thing. Wow. And LCX is moving too? Wow. That's crazy. Let's see what's going on. The Liechtenstein Exchange. All right, so what I'm going to do is, instead of just typing that and then getting rid of this, we'll just kind of like, we'll have another one up, you know what I mean? That way I can just do boom, boom on both of them. You guys, what I'm saying. Hold on, let me check this thing from Meta. I'm just browsing. Oh, okay. All right. Let me see. This person earlier. I want to buy 10. Really? Well, I guess that's not going to be able to happen. But all right. All right. Let's see here. Wow. Sorry, that kind of caught me off guard, guys. I mean, you know. So we're gonna do LCX. Pull up the pairing. Why is it not pulling up? What is wrong with this thing? All right, I gotta refresh this apparently. I hate when it does this. I'm trying to pull this up, guys. Sorry. I don't know why this thing's taking so long. Hold on a second. Oh, man. I was coughing my head off right there for a second. All right. I think I can pull this up. For some reason, it just wouldn't pull it up. All right. I'm going to refresh this and try it a different way. LCX. Oh, I know why. What am I talking about? You can't get LCX obviously on KuCoin. All right, I'll pull up a different chart. I'm so sorry. Let me pull up. Duh. Duh, Max. It's not going to show something it doesn't support. Yeah, I know. We'll just pull it up this way, I guess, from TMC. Okay. Man. And then, but I can't pull up 1 hour charts and stuff. Well, maybe I could pull up. Well, still pretty impressive. Let's see what's going on there. I'm sure there's a filter for this, is there not? Oh man, I'm messing this all up. I'll check in with you guys in a bit. But yeah, I mean, how about this? I'm just gonna do a quick search real quick. I can't believe there's 1.8 million cryptos. How did we go from 26,000 cryptos on CMC a few days ago to 1.8 million plus cryptos? That just, I don't know. That just seems weird to me. All right. Maybe Filecoin's gonna start doing something. All right, let's see here. So LCX, it wouldn't be on that watch list. Hold on a second. Sorry if it sounds like I have a hard time breathing. I actually am. It's coughed my head off. Well, according to this, that candle's down on the 1 hour, but nonetheless, that's what's going on with that. So let's switch it back to this because I know that's what you guys are looking forward to seeing. All right, let's see where we're at. In front of your eyes, and you're missing it. It was going up 12% in 2 minutes. Ah, shucks. Maybe I missed that. So, buy shorts. Remember, we said it yesterday, bro. Yeah, absolutely. Come on, XDC. This is dollars chasing dimes. XDC is the real mover. One candle. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Yeah, I agree. Well, let me see here. God dang. I will probably have to end this because I need to get some water and stuff. And that being asthmatic, like, is bad. Oh man. All right, let me see this real quick. Just hold on a second. I'm gonna try to see if I can see anything else on this real quick. Oh man. 30 minutes. What's good? 15 minutes. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Huh. Well, even on the 15-minute, that's not too shabby. But let's keep it the 1 hour. Oh, man. I'm up like 2 racks in 5 minutes. Really? Oh, because your leverage? You don't mind sharing how much you did? Will you do 20x or do you do higher? It's not financial advice, guys. So, we're not saying for you to do leverage. I mean, you got to do what you got to do for yourself. So it's never financial advice anyway. All right. Glad to show that. I'll come back to the screen in a bit. I do want to at least thank Edward Vincent. He did take the time to reference something here. So I will refresh this. I'm going to share this tab. He's referencing me, apparently, which is kind of cool. Humanity solving the supply chain problem. I guess you want me to play. How much of this you want me to play, Edward? Or are you just trying to reference just the video in general? Or I don't know. If you're still here, Edward, tell me why am I playing this at this particular time? Even though this is my own research, you got to keep in mind, like, I can't remember every little thing I talked about, like about supply chain or this specific part of the video. Oh, just your bag. Okay. I'll give you a chance to answer. If you're not there anymore, Edward, I understand. We'll move back to this candle real quick. Good God. All right. I mean, that's a good quote, but anyway. All right. I'll share it some other time. I gotta get going myself. I mean, obviously I need to drink something. Probably should eat a little something. I will see you guys tomorrow. No, I won't see you tomorrow. I'll see you guys back on Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay. I was wondering because you know what? It's actually kind of good. I'll just show this real quick. I always say that I'm gonna do something real quick. In reality, it is kind of cool because of what's shown here. Because we did talk about supply chain, and for the naysayers, don't get me wrong, I would never FUD that, but just what it says on the screen real quick. This is kind of cool. This is old research. Quant currently offers multiple services for enterprise and startups with options such as multi-ledger tokens for minting, multi-DLT stablecoins from fiat funds. Think about that for a second. We were talking about, like FedNow and stuff like that. I mean, that's not the same thing, but you get what I'm saying. This service is geared towards financial institutions. I mean, think about it, supply chain industries and fintech firms, allowing these firms to lock up funds in escrow and mint tokens of equivalent value. These tokens can be utilized upon any other DLT, public or private. End-to-end DLT is another service Quant offers and is targeted towards supply chain and companies using multiple DLTs. That's pretty big. I'm gonna go down to this part. Overledger solves this through a single API that allows for convenient app developments that allow all DLTs to be utilized in unison. Overledger has also built distributed ledger networks for users to build on other networks with the current options for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple, with the option to also build on top of non-crypto blockchains such as Oracle, Corda, and Hyperledger. That's why, I did reference that thing with Jasmine. I did reference the whole thing of KPMG, and then we showed you guys the partnership literally with Quant and KPMG, and I don't want to get more into that, but anyway. All right. I'm going to go down a bunch of water, man. It feels like my lungs are dry. Bad thing to do if you're asthmatic, man. Let your lungs go dry. Edward Vincent says, no, like Destiny's Child. I said, no. I didn't mean to pace. No, I was kidding. All right. It was reference to the thumbnail. All right, no problem. Thank you, Max. Pineapple juice, brother, first thing in the morning. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to make a special trip down to like Trader Joe's or something like that. Okay. Cool, man. All right, brother. Well, let me just double check that everybody's good on this messaging service. Everybody's happy. I answered all the questions. And with that said, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in to WrestleMania, because officially, by the time this ends, after the outro, it'll be at the 4-hour mark. So don't get used to it. It's not going to happen all the time. And then I don't know if I necessarily do it tonight, but over the weekend, I definitely will get some videos out. More than likely, it'll probably be some of the chopped up ones. I don't know if I necessarily do a deep dive over the weekend, but I do appreciate you guys. Please smash that like on your way out. And we are currently, I think, at how many likes now? Let's see real quick. We were at 84 likes. Okay. And then somebody did 83, but all right, that's good stuff. All right, guys, I appreciate you. Have a great night. We will see you back on Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific for more Crypto Talk Now. I also want to give real quick the Brother Rue a plug over on his channel. And before we go, Rue, if you're still there, you mentioned that you do a show on the weekend, but I can't remember exact time. Hold on. All right, here he is, Rue Black. And his last live stream was 2 days ago, so the day before our show where he was a special guest. All right. Oh, I meant to share that. My bad. Hold on. Share screen. There we go. Brother Rue. All right. I guess he took off too, so that's okay. I think he has a live show in the morning. Let me see here. 6 days ago. I don't know exactly what time that is at, but maybe he has it right here. He does the Rue Report Mondays at 7:45 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I do think he does a morning show on Saturdays, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, he's still here. 10 a.m. Are you for sure going to be doing it tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.? Give you a chance to respond. And then we'll definitely wrap things up. Oh, boy. Look what happened right there, guys. Something's going on there. All right, cool. So I'll just give you a plug again real quick. So give him a follow over at Black Rue. Literally at Black Rue on crypto Twitter and also YouTube. And you know what? Help support our fellow brother Rue, right? Part of the CTN network family. Excuse me. Yeah, 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. If you want to know what time 10 a.m. is in your area, so it's this is going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central, 11 p.m. Mountain, and 10 a.m. Pacific. Okay, so basically, long story short, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for some, and he's got great research. You know what I mean? Like if you like the format that we have here. And of course, he has his own format, but I mean, he brings it to you. This guy really knows his research. So if you appreciate the research we bring you, he has great research. Give him a follow. You'd be glad you did so. Yeah, I wouldn't sell now, but I mean, it's swing traders basically and stuff. I mean, there's just people that do that all day. They don't believe in the long-term vision. But I mean, I would not sell my XDC. Anyway, here's what's going on with that. We show it one last time. You know, maybe there's something going on. I said that was the 1 hour. So let's see real quick. 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Still got another one. Maybe it's coming back down. Yeah, it looks like it might be coming back down. But then again, this is format on the 3 minute. Hard to say. I mean, it's too hard to say on like literally 5 to 15 minutes. But on the 1 hour, that's definitely what's going on. So I mean, if anything, pay attention to this stuff. You know, I'm sure you guys do. You could check it later tomorrow, or if you got price alerts through your apps like KuCoin and some of these other ones, it will give you a heads up. All right, cool. All right, one last time, a plug for Brother Roo. It's the Brother Roo. There we go. Give him a follow. All right. Edward Vincent says, y'all don't think people are going to cash out finally from the 2.4C buys and whatnot? For sure. Going to have some reds, I bet. But then the FOMO. So come on down to Whataburger. Open 24/7, 365, where you get yourself some good Texas toast down at Whataburger. Unofficial sponsor of Crypto Talk Now. Whataburger. Just the way you like it. All right. Have a great one, everybody. See ya.
has come. Execute Order 66.
Yes, Lord Sidious. Understood. Screw you, CZ. You are not even part of Terra. I will show you. I will show everyone. You guys are going to get a fork, whether you like it or not. I have got to get out of here. The people of Seoul are setting the city on fire. Okay, I think I'm going to head to the safe house. Hopefully no police will follow me. The streets are blocked off. I'm going to have to lay low at the hideout for a while. Hey, Duquan, you're gonna have to lay low here for a few days. Just give us a little bit more time and we'll get you out of the country. Don't do anything stupid, and if anything, if you get hungry, you can use the microwave. Use a microwave? What do I look like? A poor person to you? I've never used a microwave in my entire life. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot to tell the lunatics about the burn address. I have to get back to Terraform Labs and provide a burn address since I don't have a phone on me and don't want to be tracked. I hope Jack gets back soon. I am tired of living the life of a poor man. Eating Hot Pockets is for Shiba Inu holders. So, Duquan, how you like them Hot Pockets? Not exactly the sushi and lobster that you're used to, but it's not bad. Plus, you don't have to cook. You just heat them up and they're hot and ready. Enough chitter-chatter about poor man's food. Jack, I need your phone to provide the lunatics a burn address, and then tweet that they are making a big mistake by burning Terra. That is part of my plan of reverse psychology, so they will agree with me. You're the boss, Duquan, but do you honestly think that this plan will work? It might backfire, don't you think? No, Jack, it is not going to backfire. Duquan, I do have a phone, but if you send out a tweet from it, somebody could ping in our location. I currently have it off because I'm here with you. Okay. Alright, can you get me a disguise then? I have to make it back to Terraform Labs to send out the tweet about the burn address. Alright, kid. I can do that. I think I have an old outfit. Well, kid, you always said you would take Terra to the moon. Dressed like that now, you will. Oh, ha ha. Very funny, Jack. Like I said, I just need a disguise to get over to the lab. Looks like this area will go up very soon. I need to get to the lab and get back to the safe house before things get too crazy over here. On May 27th, I will press this red button and all hell will break loose. This badge, this 46, this fire is getting worse. I need backup music. SCP to contain this fire. The smoke is starting to go everywhere. Time to get this tweet out and get out of here. Alright, here's my burn address. Good. Now to use reverse psychology on them and manipulate the market even more before May 27th. 46, come in. 46, come in. These people have torched up the entire block. Something about a burn address and false hope in a Duquan. 46, why aren't you sending me help? Alright, I bet those lunatics are burning their Terra. I am glad that I was able to reactivate the teleportation device so I can warp back to the hideout. I could warp to another city, but only Jack has the button codes to initiate Terra 2.0. Dang it! Well, as soon as I get there, I can take off this disguise. Starting to get hot in this thing. Okay, I am back now to get out of disguise and cool off for a bit. Boy, am I glad to get out of that hot disguise. Glad to see that the teleportation device still works. Hopefully Jack will bring some food. I am tired of eating them damn hot pockets. Hey Duquan, I see that you're back and you're in your regular clothes. Things got a little too hot with you with the burn, huh? What do you mean? Hey, look at the time. The lunatics are burning as much Terra Classic before midnight as they can. I thought you said you were going to use the reverse psychology method on them. You are still going to push the red button and blow this thing up into Terra 2.0, aren't you? Yes, of course. That was the whole plan. Reverse the reverse psychology and have them think they are burning Terra Classic, but instead they are sending me all of the Terra Classic all to my own address. So, Jack, where have you been? Every time I come back, you are gone, and then back as soon as I get here. Well, kid, while you were at Terraform Labs, I had to do some of my own work by disabling the emergency communications to where the fire was. The guys from Ladder 46 won't be able to respond to anyone at the burn site. Speaking of which, those lunatic idiots are not just burning the Terra Classic, but they are burning down the whole block and soon the whole city. We'll see, Jack. It's all starting to come together. Soon, Terra 2.0 will launch, and we will take over the whole world. Okay, Jack. It's almost midnight. I need the codes to press the red button to initiate Terra 2.0. Kid, I'm sorry, but Palpatine didn't trust me with the codes and insisted that I give the codes to him until you were ready to press the button. Makes no sense to me, but he stated it was all about the market manipulation and only you could press the red button at midnight UTC. This is ridiculous, Jack. Why did that Palpatine have to get involved with Terra to begin with? Now I have to put on that stupid disguise again, get back to Terraform Labs, and then warp up to space to get the codes from Palpatine. I only have less than 2 hours. Well, kid, live long and prosper. That is the wrong genre, Jack. Oh yeah, my bad. Since when do I have time to watch movies? Let's get you back into that disguise. I'm telling you, kid, I can't help but to crack up when you wear the outfit. It was as if you were born to take Terra to the moon. Enough, Jack. What's next? Another dumb joke about me eating hot pockets. It's getting old already. Talk to the handle, Juan. You are the one who want to get involved with the likes of Palpatine, remember? Yes, Jack, I know. He forced my hand, but so did you and the rest of BlackRock. Lord Sidious said that if I gave in to the dark side, we could manipulate the market to set the stage for Terra 2.0. The only problem is I have a feeling he is going to cut me out when everything is said and done. Jack, I need the codes to press the red button and send Terra into 2.0. I need to get going. Well, what are you waiting for, kid? Get going and good luck with the 2.0 launch to infinity and beyond. Forget Jack. Wrong movie. Wrong genre. Those lunatics and that dark bullet. That fire caused me to take this detour, and as a result, took an extra half hour to get here. I just need to get inside Terraform Labs, warp to Lord Sirius, get the code from him, and warp back to the lab, and press the red button before midnight UTC. I think I will barely have enough time. Okay, beam me up, Scotty. If only Jack was here to see me say that. Only 1 hour left. I think I can make it.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I am not the stablecoin you are looking for.
Stablecoin? What is stablecoin? Can't interpret algorithmic gibberish. Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
I am not an intruder. Let me pass.
Intruder!
Oh my gosh. So I was going through those intros, and then I forgot that I still had the whole collection of those. I don't know. Maybe the timing was just off a long time ago. I know I'm back with you guys for a second, but you know what? Maybe I should re-release those. You know what I mean? And because during that time I wasn't really all active on Twitter and stuff like that. So who knows? Maybe I should like re-release those, and like, you know, 2-bit is obviously covering Luna Classic all the time. Maybe I just give them like a tag or something like that, and just, I don't know, whatever. I put a lot of time and energy into that when I had a lot more time back in those days, but hopefully you enjoyed it. Obviously it's a discontinued series, but yes, to answer your question, Mr. Blackwood, did Max make an animated series out of Dokwan? Yes, I did. And the plan was originally, when I was doing the show, and it was me and Larry, it was the Max and Larry show. And before I came on to actually just provide you guys like research and stuff like that, and have like my own show, there was that transition period to like, I don't know, prove myself, I guess you could say. The bottom line was, all right, you know, and Max is here to provide us some cartoons or whatever. Max, what new episode of Terror Wars you had today? And then I would share that, and I don't know. Some people liked it, some people didn't. I don't know, but you know, I look back on it, I was like, you know what, man, I'm actually kind of proud about that, man. Like, it was pretty creative, to say the least. And who knows, man? I mean, if it, you know, if Larry's doing shorts to kind of help get us out there, I don't know. Maybe I'll try to put, you know, repackage it and yeah, you know, just try again. I don't know. We'll see. I think I'll probably include something like this. This has historical value. I mean, it does. It's comedy, and it's kind of cool. I mean, as you guys know, I have an improv background many years ago. You know, maybe for the hell of it, one of these days, like after the utility run and so on, like I finally get back to doing improv work again, and theater. You know, shoot, man, I wouldn't even be asking for much. It's just I miss doing stuff like that. That's all. All right. But thank you guys. You guys are nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. So I made those, I think, like maybe the first 2 months that I joined Crypto Talk Now, right, with Larry. So this probably was, oh man, when did Terra Luna collapse? I think it was like May, something like that. So it was probably like right at that time. You know, I could look that up real quick. So let me type that in. Pretty sure it's when did Terra collapse. Yeah. Oh, it says in May. I mean, I remember that. Yeah, that's right. It was literally my birthday, May 12th, 2022. Fell by 96%. So then after that, like literally a few days after that, I decided to, start these things off. And I was, the plan I was like sharing with Larry, I was like, you know what, Larry, if this goes viral, you know what I mean? Like that could be a big thing. So that's why I was really trying. Anyway. Grizzly Bear Greg, he says, good morning, long time no here. I'm glad to be back. No problem. This is actually the tail end of the show, my friend. Actually, it was not even the tail end of the show. It's an unofficial, sharing Terra Luna with everybody. Crypto history retold in an animated fashion. Yeah, man, sometimes everybody has a start. Like you look at some of these really big channels, and I would love to be able to do something like that if we had obviously, finally made it and had a bigger budget and stuff like that, and just be able to, instead of me personally, doing all the, the editing and all that stuff. I mean, believe it or not, those scenes, walking into the room, I mean, that's a template, right? But like even opening the door, picking the right sound, the guy Jack, the character Jack, he's looking at his watch, the transitioning from the mood of a scene where it sounds like it's all happy and then it gets serious. I don't know if you guys know stuff like that. It's just it's say what you want, but like if a person's paying attention, they'll be like, you know what, damn, this guy actually did put some time into this, and I did. I was proud of it. It's a disappointment when you know that you were good at something and it was really good. I honestly think that was really good. I'm trying to toot my own horn. I actually thought that was pretty good. But it just I was never able to reach a proper audience for it. So it is what it is. And of course it's an uncontinued series or whatever, but yeah, I mean, obviously if we had a high budget in the future and, you just have some people like, okay, hey, this is what I'm looking to do. Here's what you need to do on this scene. That software they use there, right, to compile it all, right, render it all. That company went out of business. So then you lost support of like actually having extra characters. So then I had to work with like, shoot, man, this is going to be like Three's Company. Like, you have a scene where it's all like, literally the couch of the living room and the door. So that one scene you see where they're in that warehouse and it's just Jack and Do Kwon. It would always be Jack and Do Kwon. I always wanted to set things up where like when I was going to make episode 5, I was going to set it up where there's a scene where there's just a lot of people in a scene. And then that required like a whole other, that's like a big learning curve, right? So you had to use like other software to render, because you're rendering multiple different things going on at once. In the software that's discontinued, obviously, that I was using, it couldn't support that. So then you had to like use other avenues to make this. I know it's technical stuff, but the cool thing is when I eventually make a video game, it's kind of cool because like if I make some of the scenes that I want, like now I have a little background, even on my own, like I could basically do that. You know what I mean? So, which is cool. Anyway, man, we all have hopes and dreams for stuff in the future, but I realized after how much time I put into it, I was like, yeah, I got to focus on what just mainly, the masses come here for. And that's, the research and stuff like that. But it was a cool thing. And I did, was it 4 of them? I don't know if I did a 5th one. Just double check that real quick. I don't think I did a 5th one. It'd be crazy if I did a 5th one. I'll play it for you guys if there is a 5th one. I'm definitely going to go here soon, but we have, yeah, that was the 5th one, because that was the 4th one. The 5th one was, he fights that, one of those droids or whatever, right? Because we're talking about Palpatine. Like, we're saying that Palpatine was like this sinister guy. You know what I was going to do? I was going to just give you guys a heads up because I'm never going to finish the series. So it's like spoiler alert, right? So what I was going to do is I was going to have a character, and it was going to be Gary Gensler. Believe it or not, he's Palpatine, literally. And it's funny because there's Crypto Jedi, as you guys know, right? And he has that thing of Palpatine. Let's give Crypto Jedi just a quick thing. This is obviously like an unplanned stream at the end. Let me show you guys this real quick from Crypto Jedi. I love that guy, man. He's a good member of our community. He deserves a plug real quick. But yeah, Crypto Jedi had a thing with Gary Gensler. Yeah, let's share this. This is funny, man. This is kind of hilarious. I mean, they're gonna blow up the Death Star and stuff like that. This is a good little continuation, if you will, from what you just watched with Terror Wars, and we're gonna jump to what Crypto Jedi has real quick. Obviously, I got nothing better to do at this late at night. I mean, I need to get up early, and I will. But anyway, I'm just gonna show you guys this real quick. This comes from Crypto Jedi. Like, see, I mean, like this guy, he put in some good work, right? He put his time into this. He only has 56 views. You know what I mean? Like, you know how he needs to do some tags. Well, he did tags on the description, but there's other things you can do. I don't know. It is the algorithm too. Is like, hold on a second. How often does he put out a video? Let's see what's going on with this. That's what's going on. That was a month ago. See what I'm saying? So the YouTube algorithm is not going to award him for that. If he was putting out videos like, I don't know, at least once every 3 days, you probably have a lot more views, but that's okay. I mean, he's probably a busy guy. But anyway, give Crypto Jedi, or a friend, a member of our community, a follow. Obviously, we got a Ripple win, but this is funny, right? This is a good little segue, as Larry used to say. From where we're at on Terror Wars. So here we go. Let's play this real quick. This is kind of cool.
Welcome, fellow crypto investors. I am the Crypto Jedi, and in this video we're going to expose the empire and their war on crypto. We will watch a video on the Hinman emails, and we will watch an inspiring speech by CEO of Ripple, Brad Gardenhouse. Sit back and enjoy.
2018, then SEC Director of Corporation Finance William Hinman gave a high-profile speech where he declared that a token is not a security when it becomes, quote, sufficiently decentralized. But internal emails and documents show that senior SEC officials repeatedly warned Hinman that his speech wasn't true to the law and would greatly confuse the markets even more than they already were. Now, after more than 2 years and 7 court orders, we can finally share some of what we found in the Hinman speech documents. The SEC head of trading and markets warned Hinman that he was making up factors that, quote, go beyond the typical Howey analysis, as in not in the law, and that the speech could lead to not just confusion, but greater confusion on what is a security. Hinman ignored him.
If the network on which the token or coin is to function is sufficiently decentralized, and the purchasers no longer have a reasonable expectation that a person or a group is going to carry out essential managerial or entrepreneurial efforts, those assets might not represent an investment contract.
The same official told Hinman he should tie his speech, quote, more closely and explicitly to the Howey analysis. Hinman not only ignored him, but deliberately created factors beyond those identified by the Supreme Court in the Howey case.
I wanted to just note a few things. This list is not meant to be exhaustive, but these are things that we look at.
The SEC's own general counsel warned specifically that it's legally irrelevant if someone retains a stake in a token and is motivated to take action to increase its value, and that Hinman should delete it from the speech. And once again, Hinman ignored them and said without any legal support that it was important to ask.
As that person or group retained a stake or other interest in the digital asset such that it would be motivated to expend efforts to cause an increase in the value of the digital asset.
Both trading and markets and the general counsel also disagreed with Hinman's belief that if a network was sufficiently decentralized, information asymmetries would no longer exist, noting that a network creator would likely have more information than a retail holder, using Vitalik Buterin as an example. They warned Hinman that by creating this, quote, other category and focusing on information asymmetries, he was exposing a regulatory gap that the SEC may not have the jurisdiction to fill. Again, Hinman ignored them.
As the network becomes more truly decentralized, the ability to even to identify a promoter or to make the requisite, and someone that could actually make the requisite disclosures becomes in many cases difficult or and perhaps much less meaningful.
On June 4th, Hinman wrote that he didn't see a, quote, need to regulate Ether as a security, and set up a call with Ethereum's co-founder, Vitalik Buterin, later that week to, quote, confirm our understanding. On June 11th, the SEC's own general counsel advised against including any direct statement about Ether in the speech because it would be difficult for the SEC to, quote, take a different position on Ether in the future. The next day, Trading and Markets wrote that the statements about Ether were, quote, likely to create more confusion. Hinman ignored all of them and decided to make headlines, picking winners and losers instead.
Moreover, putting aside the fundraising that accompanied the creation of Ether, based on my understanding of the present state of Ether, the Ethereum network, its decentralized structure, we believe current offers and sales of Ether are not securities transactions.
The emails show that Hinman knew he wasn't following the law. He knew he was making things up, and he knew that his speech would result in greater confusion in an already confused market. But Hinman went ahead with the speech anyway, and the SEC, despite knowing all this, touted the speech repeatedly. The SEC chairman himself pointed market participants to the speech.
Bill Hinman recently outlined the approach we take to evaluate whether a digital asset is a security, and I encourage you to take a look at Bill's speech, which is available on our website.
The SEC knew the speech didn't follow the law. The SEC knew the speech would create greater confusion, and the SEC knew Hinman was making things up. So why is the Hinman speech still on the SEC's website? Why was it ever allowed to be given at all? And why has the SEC pushed a policy of regulation by enforcement, falsely insisting the rules are clear?
Hi, I'm Brad Garlinghouse. As many of you know, I don't often make videos like this, but then again, not every week has been like this one. A few days ago, after 2 years, 7 court orders, and over $100 million in legal bills, the Hinman speech documents, including internal SEC emails and comments leading up to this now infamous 2018 speech, they've finally been unsealed. Hinman's speech created new factors to determine if a token becomes sufficiently decentralized to no longer be considered a security. At best, these documents show that senior officials at the SEC couldn't agree on the law and told Bill Hinman directly he would confuse the public even more about the rules for crypto. At worst, they show that Hinman deliberately ignored the law, and he tried to create new laws, something only Congress can do. And while he was a public servant, Hinman received millions of dollars of payments from his law firm, which was part of an alliance with others that had a vested interest in this speech. This speech isn't about any one token or any one blockchain. This is about showing the extent to which the SEC has relentlessly pursued enforcement actions against crypto players while professing fake open arms and calls to come in and register, all the while lying about their so-called guidance. As some of you may know, Ripple spent years proactively engaging with the SEC. I personally met with Jay Clayton and Bill Hinman, with no lawyer present. Why would I need a lawyer if we were all coming together in good faith? We answered every question they had, and not once did they suggest to me that XRP was a security. We were fully transparent, not knowing they would then use this information against us. The SEC hit us with a surprise Wells notice saying they were considering suing us for breaking securities laws and still refused to provide specifics. To those that have recently been hit with their own Wells notices and lawsuits, this likely sounds all too familiar. When the lawsuit did drop against us, days before Christmas, a very Grinch-like touch, they made it personal. They sued Chris Larson and they sued myself, alleging we should have known all along that XRP was a security. You can now see plain as day, they couldn't even agree amongst themselves. And to me, it still seems like they can't. What we saw play out in our case is exactly what's still happening. The SEC is looking to kill crypto innovation in the United States, and its current chair, an unelected bureaucrat, I might add, is weaponizing the lack of regulatory clarity to exert jurisdiction over the entire crypto space. This is the definition of putting politics over people. It's the pursuit of power over sound policy. The SEC tried to bully us into acquiescing. Thankfully, we have had the resources to fight back. And now we can all see what they've fought so hard to hide. They knowingly created confusion about the rules, and they used that confusion to regulate through enforcement. That's bad faith, plain and simple. Ultimately, as our lawsuit comes to a close, for so many others, it's just starting. The fight for clarity has to continue. I'm just going to conclude by saying to my colleagues here at Ripple, to my family, my friends, everyone who has supported us over the past 2.5 years, and certainly to the whole of the XRP Army, a very heartfelt and a very genuine thank you for that support.
Thanks for watching. May the force take all your crypto investments to all-time highs. Goodbye.
Financial advice. This is not.
All right, that was cool to share that. That was kind of like an unofficial finale, you know, since we shared you guys the Terra Wars thing. I think I already read that, but anyway, let's go further down. Good morning, long time. Oh yeah, I already read this, but that's okay. How have I been doing? I'm doing pretty good, man. Thank you. I just need to obviously drink some more water because the air got really dry here in Phoenix, obviously. Hinman had 15 million reasons for it. Bastard. Yeah, I agree. Blackwood says, Max, please don't let your animated projects collect dust. There's so much potential there, and I hope you produce more in the future. Well, thanks, man. My thing is, I honestly feel as though like those could have probably went viral. It just maybe at the time we weren't a big enough channel to make it happen. I don't know. I think I might consider repackaging it, believe it or not. We'll see what happens with that. It's kind of hard to say, you know, because the algorithm also looks to see how often you cover Luna Classic. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I might have to just take a few people. Maybe I'll take 2-Bit. But you know what? Here's the thing. Like 2-Bit, I love 2-Bit. I think he's a great guy. But a lot of times, like he'll ask a question and then he'll get replies, and then like I'll give him a shout out or something like that, and it's just there's no reply. I don't know. One of those things. So it is what it is. All right, let's see here. Do the ISOs teach people ISO through animated? And dang it. That's a good point. You know, it's just that you got to keep in mind, like, even though some of those episodes are like what, like, I think the longest episode was like 7 minutes or something. I don't know. I have to double check. I'm not trying to keep you guys too long, but you keep us too long. What are you talking about, Max? You're the one who kept it going. Yeah, that's true too. I did. Let me see how long the longest episode was, because it kind of makes me wonder now. Terra, as in those shows were called Terra Wars. All right, so Terra Wars episode 4 Out of Time. That one's 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Episode 3 is only 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Episode 2 is 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And the first episode is 1:39. Now you got to keep in mind, like for instance, the one that, you know, is almost 4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like it's just some of these ones, like that was at least maybe an hour or two just to make a scene like that and whatnot, because of all the editing and then, you know, obviously having to do the voice. But I don't know, maybe I go with a different software that, because you got to keep in mind it's been almost a couple years, or not a couple years, but a year and a half. Not even a year and a half. You get what I'm saying. But anyway, check out different software. But I don't know if I can do. Maybe I do something like once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be able to have a lot of extra time on my hands here soon. So Edward Vincent knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, and so is Mike Cornwell. All right. I appreciate you guys' support, and I think I'm finally going to end the show. Isn't that unbelievable? He's finally going to do it at 4 hours and 46 minutes. I'm not going to play any special whatever. Hold on, what's that say? Free will can't make us leave. It's all good. Oh boy. You know, another thing I was thinking about doing is because I'm not very sure you guys this. Let me see. I don't think this is going to get me in trouble. Like hip hop. This is not really in sync. This won't get us in trouble because it's my own thing. But when COVID happened, I wanted to go to like a recording studio to have it like professionally like in sync. This is not in sync, obviously. Hold on a second. Show you what I'm talking about. And it's this little quick music video type thing. Where is this? All right, here we go. Let me show you guys this real quick. Here's another thing I did a while back. So my MC name was, Joe C, as in like DJ Josie Jose, featuring featuring John Lennon Imagine Remix. Now it's not perfectly in sync, right? Because I originally was going to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I'll share this real quick. I don't think this will get us in trouble. Let me see. Well, it's not monetized, so I don't think this is not going to get us in trouble. Hold on a second. Let me full screen this. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. This will be the last one I play.
Imagine the pain, imagine the sorrow, imagine what life would be like if there was no tomorrow. It's easy to imagine if you tried. This world is filled with so much hate and so much divide. Whatever happened to non-biased news? Remember when CNN claimed to be that news? Democratic, liberals, Republican, conservatives. We need a new party with new alternatives. Imagine we all rose up to make a change. Instead, we sit back and all get played. You see, that is the life that I made. Go to college, graduate, so I can get paid. In reality, it's not what you do or say, it's how you execute your plan with goals conveyed. Social media hate preach with lies. Which side will you choose? Which side will you abide? Let me tell you a story of a Chinese man back in '89, tried to take a stand, died for his views in a land where they will murder you, cause they can. You may say it's not fair, but imagine Tiananmen Square, facing down those tanks, he must have been scared. Can you imagine the burden he bared? 30 years later, his act reaches the masses, 1 million strong, the signs they asses. Come on, y'all, let's stand up. Come on, y'all, let's man up, cause you can't shut up the atrocities done shed by claiming that hip-hop around the world has gone dead. Money, power, fortune, and fame, that seems to be the recipe for happiness, and so they say. If peace on earth was here today, we share it with others or instead share hate? You see, that is the problem that we have. One side shares love while the other gets mad. Imagine Your time was up. Would you act like you didn't give a what? Of course you wouldn't. That's why you're here. Listen and hope that my message becomes clear. Don't turn back, never fear. We're all in this together, no matter the year. For those clowns who want to pull you down, take your frown and turn it upside down. Time to get together and forever share life. This message isn't about who's wrong or who's right. Take it hard or light, but in reality, we need to end this fight.
Democratic liberals, Republican conservatives, we need a new party with new alternatives. Take it hard or light, but in reality, we need to end this fight. That should be the reality of it, right? Have a great night, everybody. I made it. It was fun sharing that with you guys. Going down memory lane. Sometimes it's nice to reminisce sometimes of some of the things you created a long time ago that maybe not a lot of people saw. I do appreciate you guys. Have a great night, a blessed weekend, and we'll be back on Monday. Okay, take it easy, everybody. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for thumbs up. Watching my country get effed up right before your eyes. Yeah, pretty much. Brittany, nice work, Max. Thank you so much, Brittany. That touched me. Thanks, Simon. I'm glad that you were able to see that. That was from like, oh God, when was it? Like 2021, maybe 2020. I can't remember. I think 2020, summer 2020, like right around the time like COVID was really rampant. All right. Have a good one. Over and out for sure this time. Nighty night. Thank you. You too.